like to call this meeting to order. Good morning to you. It's Tuesday, September 27th, 10:07 in the morning. This is the regularly scheduled meeting for the California State Board of Equalization. My name is Malia Cohen, chair of this body, and to my left is the vice chair, Mike Schaefer. Ms. Cicchetti, good morning to you.
Good morning.
Could you please call the roll?
Would you mind holding 1 minute? We have a little bit of technical difficulty. We're trying to get the AT&T operator on.
Absolutely.
All right, we are live.
All right, we are live.
All righty.
Welcome.
Chair Cohn,
Present.
Vice Chair Schaefer,
Present.
Member Gaines,
Present.
Member Vasquez,
Present.
and Deputy Controller Eppolite.
Present.
Thank you, Ms. Cicchetti. I appreciate that. A quorum is present. Board colleagues, let's begin our meeting with the Pledge of Allegiance. Please rise if you're able and place your right hand over your heart and repeat after me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, thank you very much. I am really excited. It is Latino Heritage Month in September, and I just wanted to frame our conversation on the purpose of why we celebrate Latino Heritage Month. It's entirely appropriate that we honor the tradition, of Latin folks, Hispanics throughout the Americas. The observation started in 1968, and it started as Hispanic Heritage Week under President Lyndon Johnson, and it was expanded by President Ronald Reagan in 1988 to cover a 30-day period starting on September 15th and ending on October 15th. And this period of celebration honors the contribution of American citizens whose ancestors come from Spain, Mexico, the Caribbean, Central and South America. The day of September 15th is significant because it is the anniversary of independence for Latin American countries. Those countries include Costa Rica, El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras, and Nicaragua. And in addition, Mexico and Chile also celebrate their independent days on September 16th and 18th, respectively. Also want to note Columbus Day, or Dia de la Raza, which is celebrated on October 12th, also falls within this 30-day period. So here in California, we recognize that between 2010 and 2020, Latino share of the state's population grew from 37.6% to 39.4%. And in 2020, the Latinos' share of the population exceeded non-Hispanic white share of the population, with Latino being the state's largest population group. And the Latino population is younger than any other Californians. More than half, 51.6% of all Californians under 18 are Latino. So the future of our state will be shaped by these young Latinos as they become leaders here in the state of California. I also want to recognize the significant political gains made by representation by Latins in our state and in our nation, including our very own board member, Antonio Vasquez, who is the first Latino chair of the Board of Equalization, as well as with all great communities that make up our state, our nation's diversity, we take a great joy in living in a time when the horizons are open for achievement and excellence. After all, that is truly the American dream. So therefore, we honor Latino Heritage Month. And with that, I'd like to pivot to our own Tony Vasquez. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Great job with some of that background history. You covered actually most of my points, but let me just add that I am honored, like the chair just mentioned, to be the first Latino, actually Mexican-born, to sit on the State Board of Equalization. And I was blessed when I was locally in Santa Monica to be the first Latino city council member and the first Latino mayor of the city of Santa Monica. And a lot of it has to do with what the chair had just touched on, just the growing population. As a young student at USC, I was really involved with voter registration, because as our population was blowing up, we realized that we need to get more and more of these folks, one, to become citizens, and then two, to vote. And it all ties into, and I look at it more as the Latino Heritage Month. Somehow they gave us Hispanic. I'm not sure where that name came from. It has really no roots in my history or Latino or Mexican roots, and even for some of the other Latin American countries that were mentioned. I think it was kind of created out of the census back when Carter was the president. And to me, it has really no significance or history connection. So I like to use Latino Heritage Month. And I know some people mix the two, but I really appreciate the fact that the governor, our current governor, stepped up and actually did a proclamation just recently talking about the Latino Heritage Month and really dedicating this month, starting September 15th, which is really the day before the independence of Mexico from Spain. And it's part of the Grito, and then carried over all the way to October 15th, which encompasses also Dia de la Raza, which is better known, or was known as a kid when I was growing up. You know, we didn't talk about it. It was Columbus Day, basically. And now that's flipped, and rightfully so. And I really appreciate the embrace and the support we've been getting throughout the state of California, and only looking forward to continue this growth. Because at the end of the day, the Latino agenda is really California agenda. It's all about education, where we're going to talk a little bit later today, affordable housing, and and good paying jobs. So I really appreciate the support, and looking forward, not only here on the board, but many of the cities throughout the state of California have done some real good celebrations throughout this period. And I was blessed actually just last week to attend the 60th anniversary of KMEX, now better known as Univision. It started, back 60 years ago, and I remember attending it. They were literally in a little shack on Melrose and just outside of Hollywood. And now, if you look at their facility, it's in Culver City, just real close to LAX. They have this beautiful building, and in many arenas, it's kind of the actual station in terms of advertisement is just blossomed. I didn't realize that the advertising power of Univision is sometimes, depending on what they're looking at, it has more financial power than some of like Channel 7 and Channel 4 in terms of advertising dollars. So it's really grown, and I'm looking forward to continue that growth and that support. And thank you for those kind words, Madam Chair, and I'll turn it back to you.
Thank you, I appreciate that. Thank you. Colleagues, I want to open the floor up to you to see if there's any remarks that you may like to share with any. Yes, Mr. Schaefer, and then we'll go to you, Senator Gaines.
Yes, well, I just wanted to toot the horn for my District 4. We are the fastest growing Latino community in the state. And I'd also like to take note that today is the last day of a Happy New Year of the Jewish community, Rosh Hashanah, and we celebrate that this time every year.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Yes, you're right. We have a lot to celebrate. Thank you for reminding us of that. Senator Gaines, what's on your mind?
Yeah, let's see. My mic's on. You hear me?
I can hear you.
Good, great.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, good morning, and thank you for those great comments. And I just want to add in terms of Latino Heritage Month, and I think America has an exciting future, as does California, with the expanding Latino population and the contributions that they make to our society. Family-oriented, hardworking entrepreneurs. When you take a look at those aspects, that bodes hope for the future in America. So I'm very excited to embrace Latino Heritage Month and but I think our future is bright, and I look forward to that future. Thank you.
I couldn't agree more. Our future is bright. Okay. Seeing that there are no other speakers, Ms. Cicchetti, please announce our first order of business.
Morning. Our first order of business is an announcement regarding public safety and boardroom procedure. Good morning, Madam Chair and members. The board meeting information announcement is as follows. First, I'd like to remind the audience to silence your cell phones and any other wireless devices. The current COVID-19 guidelines for the Board of Equalization strongly encourages, but no longer mandatory, that all BOE employees wear a mask while inside the BOE facility or while attending any BOE event. If needed, supplies of masks and hand sanitizer are available to all and can be found in the back of the auditorium. The public will be invited to comment during the matters before the board. If there are any members of the public wishing to speak before the board on any agenda item in person, we ask that you complete and submit to the Sergeant of Arms a public comment appearance sheet located at the entrance of the auditorium. If you wish to speak before the board by telephone, please dial the phone number and access code provided on our public agenda notice and follow the instructions of the AT&T moderator. If you intend to make a public comment today using the AT&T moderator, we recommend dialing into the meeting on the teleconference line prior to the beginning of the agenda item you wish to make a comment. We recommend this as the audio broadcast on our website experiences a 1 to 3 minute delay between the live stream and the live event. When giving a public comment, please limit your remarks to 3 minutes. The order that the board identifies public comments at the conclusion of any agenda item is as follows. The clerk will first identify any public comment requests that have been received by our board proceeding staff in the auditorium. Then we will identify any public comments within the AT&T moderator. And lastly, we will read into the record any public comments received in writing in advance of today's meeting. This concludes the information announcement. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Cacchetti, could you please call the first item?
The first item is J, Administrative Consent Agenda, J1, approval of the board meeting minutes for the May 24th, 2022, June 28th, 2022, July 26th, 27th, 2022, and August 30th, 31st, 2022. The minutes of the meeting were attached to the public agenda notice for your consideration.
Well, thank you very much, Ms. Cacchetti. Well, colleagues, let's go ahead and get started. Go ahead.
Oh, are we going to hear from Ms. Towers, or you want to just get into?
Ms. Towers, you coming up? Come on up. Come on up. Let's tell us about these minutes.
Yes, I'm coming up.
Okay, good to see you. Good morning.
Take my seat and stay here. Good morning, Chair Cohen and members. I'm Yvette Stowers, Executive Director for the Board of Equalization. Before you are the minutes for May, June, July, and August. Just a brief reminder, I previously came to you indicating that I was going to make a change to the minute policy. I received feedback from your offices indicating that the proposed change would not provide sufficient transparency that we need and that we have for our minutes. Therefore, I made the decision not to change the policy. And before you today are the minutes that provides a summary of items that were discussed, action items taken, and all exhibits that were provided during the meeting or part of the public agenda notice have been included within those minutes.
Okay. All right, thank you very much. Mr. Vasquez.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Towers, and thank you for including now, I guess, the Pledge of Allegiance and all the exhibits that we had before. I think that makes a lot of sense. And then the summary descriptions, as you mentioned, I think it makes it a little bit easier, I think, for the public and for us to, as we go back and reference these, if we ever have to go back, months or even a year back into the minutes. And also, I noticed, with your the contact information on each of the exhibits that is now accessible by the disabled, I think is a key piece as well, so that the public or the staff can easily obtain copies, as requested. And if there's no other comments, I'm prepared to move the motion to accept the minutes of May, June, July, and August.
Perfect. All right, a motion has been made by Mr. Vasquez. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Eppolite. Take a roll call vote.
All righty, the motion is to approve the minutes for the May 24th, 2022, June 28th, 2022, July 26th, 27th, 2022, and August 30th, 31st, 22. Chair Cohen,
Aye.
Vice Chair Schaefer,
Aye?
Member Gaines,
Aye?
Member Vasquez,
Aye.
Deputy Controller Eppolite.
Great. This motion passes unanimously. Ms. Cicchetti, please call the next item.
The next item is K, Other Administrative Matters, K1A, Executive Director's Report, Organizational Update, Report on the Status of Pending and Upcoming Organizational Priorities. This matter will be presented by Ms. Stowers.
Thank you. Hello.
Hello. Yvette Stowers here, Executive Director for the Board of Equalization. Happy Latino Heritage Month. And for those who are celebrating the Jewish New Year's, Happy New Year's. Today, I'm going to provide you with 3 items. I'm going to highlight several upcoming meeting of notes, provide a report on the member-requested work plan for a board work group on communication and outreach, provide an overview of the Assessments Practice Survey Program. Up first today, members, I would like to provide you with some upcoming dates. On September 29th, 2022, the BOE has been invited to participate in the California Society of Enrolled Agents Annual State Tax Agency Liaison Meeting. The event will be held virtually. I will attend and give a brief overview of the BOE, along with staff from the Property Tax Department who have been asked to provide information on Prop 19. This will be our first appearance at this annual event, and I believe it's an excellent opportunity and forum for outreach to our stakeholders, and not only the agency's role in property tax, but also for getting information out to stakeholders on important property tax information. Next, on October 19th, we will hold our annual meeting with the assessors as part of our October 18th and 19th board meeting. Staff and I continue to work with the chair's office to finalize the details for this meeting. Then, on November 2nd through the 4th, California Lawyers Association will hold its 2022 annual meeting at the Tax Bar and Tax Policy Conference in San Diego. BOE Chief Counsel Henry Naljo will be participating as part of the Chief Counsel Roundtable discussion, along with Chief Counsels from other California agencies, California tax agencies. And finally, members, on November 14th through the 17th, the 120th Annual CAA Conference will be held in Solano County. Conference information and registration has been sent to your offices. I will always continue to keep you updated on upcoming dates. That's my first part of the presentation on upcoming dates. Do you have any questions or comments?
I do have a question. Director, can you tell me again the dates of the conference and the location?
For the November or all of them?
Both.
Okay, not a problem. For the, I like to shorthand and call it the Tax Policy Conference, but Tax Policy Conference, November 2nd through the 4th. It's in San Diego, California.
Now, that's an annual conference, right?
That is an annual conference.
You've attended.
I attended last year
Okay.
in my prior role. It is really an excellent conference. There's, one, our attorneys and our CPAs can get continuing ed.
Right.
So that's critical.
Okay.
But it's also where you have tax administrators, the Franchise Tax Board, the BOE, the CDTFA there. They're there presenting workshops in hand and in partnership with professional consultants, attorneys and representatives.
And it's at this is the tax policy conference that you're going to be speaking at about Prop 19?
No, I'm sorry, no. I am not speaking at that at all.
Okay.
Let me back up. I'm sorry,
Okay.
I skipped one.
Okay.
The one that I'm speaking at is on September 29th, and that is with the California Society of Enrolled Agents. I'm going to talk about BOE and all the great work that we do, and then the team is going to go into Prop 19.
Okay.
What is the site of that?
What is the site?
Where's this part?
It's a virtual conference.
Okay.
And it's limited to members of the California Society of Enrolled Agents.
Okay, got it. So you're an invited guest to
We're an
present to talk
investor,
about
yes.
this.
And that will include, again, all the other tax agencies. They, for some reason, had not included us, but members of the California Society of Enrolled Agents are part of our tax, what do we call it? Advisory Council.
Got it, understood. Okay, so, thank you, I'm glad I asked. So, September 29th, the California Society of Enrolled Agents discussing Prop 19 virtual. The tax policy is November 2nd through the 4th in San Diego. Now, you and I assume your executive team will be going down there?
Mr. Nigel is definitely going down there. I am considering going, I am going down there, I just haven't made the confirmation yet.
Okay.
I am going, and I believe there are different individuals within your offices.
Yes.
That have expressed a desire
Yeah.
to go.
That's right. I think we've attended before in the past.
Yes, I think, I know you have.
Okay. All right, thank you.
I will be down there because I live there, so I'll drop in.
Okay.
Great. Okay, yes, Mr. Vasquez, and then we'll go to Mr. Eppolite.
First of all, thank you, Ms. Stowers, for your, the update on these conferences. I know there's several of them, well, one of them starts the 29th, which is this week. But in regards to the tax policy conference, the annual one, I would like to send a formal letter to the California Tax Board requesting that next year they include a course on property tax incentives for affordable housing, particularly the welfare exemption and the assessment of the restricted properties under Section 402.1. I think it's an area where the legal community should be aware and become more involved. And the BOE has access to experts who could serve on the instructional panel. Perhaps the board, my colleagues here would join me in this letter to see if we can have that included in their next year's conference.
Sure.
If people are.
Can you circulate the language? Do you have language for us to
Yes.
consider? All
We
right.
will submit that, and if people are comfortable with it, especially in light of, the hearings we've been having and what we're trying to do to hopefully not only facilitate, but try to streamline some of these issues around not only the abatement, the welfare, and then now just trying to expedite the process. And I know there's been some conversations with other constitutional members on this, and I think we as a state can do a better job to try to fast-track these things.
Thank you.
Thank you,
very much.
Member Vasquez. I look forward to receiving the draft language, and I will have the team reach out to the committee for the tax policy conference
Thank you.
and see what we can do about getting that on the agenda.
Mr. Eppolite.
Just want to share with the members that the tax policy conference is organized by the Franchise Tax Board and is attended by Franchise Tax Board attorneys, the private bar, and CDTFA attorneys also attend, and that the Deputy State Controller usually attends the conference as well annually.
So you'll be there.
I will be there,
Thank you. I appreciate that, yes.
so.
I think it's important to note that program staff goes too. So on the FTB side, you will see some of their auditors, some of their more experienced auditors there. When you look at some of the topics, and he's not going to be happy, but there's some topics there that lead their way to property tax administration. And Mr. David Young or someone within his team could get some value from the conferences.
Okay. That's
And
good to
this
know.
year's location is the Hotel Dell,
Okay,
so it's always that nice
a nice
location.
draw.
Yeah.
That's nice.
But we have a discounted rate.
Oh,
Of
yes.
course.
The government rate is $125, so they always set it up nicely.
Thank you for all this information. Any questions? Okay. Thank you very much. Let's keep moving.
Okay, wow. Okay, so that was dates. My next item is the potential board work group on communication and outreach. I trust that you guys have this pamphlet in front of you titled Potential Board Work Plan for Communication and Outreach. Okay. Sorry for the delay. It did not get finalized until yesterday, so therefore it's not attached to the pan, but it will be incorporated into our exhibits for the minutes. And I will send you electronic copy before the end of the day so that your team can review it.
Thank you.
But I think I had enough copies for your chief deputies. Thank you, Kathy. Okay, so let's talk about this. Back on July 2022 board meeting, I was directed to bring back a work plan on potential board work group on communication and outreach that will include communication with the legislators, stakeholders, and others. To assist the board's discussion on this potential work group, it's important to review and align the board members' strategic plan goals on education and outreach. Specifically, there are two goals, one that focuses on education and outreach, which is Goal 3, and the other one which focuses on building agency-wide branding, which is Goal 4. Additionally, it's important to look back at what the board has accomplished to date with respect to communication and outreach. For example, and then on a district basis, members have augmented their communication and outreach with respect to monthly newsletters, press releases, constituent affairs, collaboration with local government, and social media. Members, you have also performed outreach within your district to provide your constituents with the opportunity to express issues regarding property tax administration. And once those issues have been expressed, you have brought them back to the entire board and to the agency to take action when necessary. On a statewide basis, members, you have held multiple public hearings and discussions on important issues, including base year value transfer, Prop 19, intergenerational transfer, exclusion, Prop 19, COVID-19 response, assessment appeal board's remote hearings, and property tax incentives to encourage affordable housing. These accomplishments provide many lessons learned and experiences that can be built upon. I believe that this provides a good foundation for defining next steps. For your consideration, I have drafted a high-level review of these items and provided some suggested next steps, as well as the draft work plan. Some suggested next steps is 1, evaluate the strategies that was recommended last August by what I'm referring to as the informal work group that was presented by Vice Chair Schaefer and Member Gaines regarding branding of the BOE. Another recommendation is to have the equalization districts to continue to develop an annual outreach and education plan that reflects consistent and shared approach while recognizing the different and unique needs within a district. Have the board continue to act as ambassadors to promote the Board of Equalization. Continue to enhance the board members' electronic communications, such as newsletters and social media campaigns. And most importantly, leverage existing agency-prepared material for education and outreach. This material includes our Prop 19 webpage, our fact sheet, our checklist, our comparisons, and our frequently asked questions. It also includes the taxpayer rights information sheets, our information about disaster relief, and our publications such as Introduction to the California State Board of Equalization and our annual report. And finally, as you all do, continue to work in partnership with the legislators. That concludes my presentation on the board work group communication and outreach. I'm available to answer any questions or comments that you may have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vasquez.
First of all, I know I'm looking at this for the first time, so some of my comments you may have touched on a little bit on this, the written form we just got handed. But I just wanted to thank you for the outreach and the fact that you and your staff have been diligent, putting this thing together. I think it's great. It's a great start, but I'd like to see that us continue to develop it so that we have a final proposal that the board can adopt by year end if possible. Above all, I would like the plan to carry out our mission per our governance policy, to be open and accountable to the legislators, taxpayers, for assessing and collecting the proper amount of taxes due and administering exemptions. This requires a strong outreach plan with a focus on educating taxpayers and increasing voluntary compliance, including streamlining the exemption requirements on both statewide and regional basis. I think that working closely with assessors, local officials, legislators, and tax practitioners is an effective and cost-efficient method and should encourage staff and board members' participation in education activities that are proven, like the nonprofit seminars, tax practitioners' class, educational classes, information on new laws and regulations, telephone town halls, and a speakers bureau that can respond to specific educational needs. Are just some of my thoughts, but thank you for this preliminary report.
Ms. Stowers, you were reporting on the board workload plan, right?
The board work plan for communications and outreach.
Okay. Colleagues, do you have any other questions for Ms. Stowers? If not, I want to talk.
I do at some point.
Yes, please, go ahead.
Oh, okay.
Because my discussion is about
Yeah.
around emotion, so.
Oh,
go
okay,
ahead.
all right, good.
Yeah.
So I wanted to thank you for bringing this forward, and it's a great first step, and we can move forward and develop a workshop on some of these areas as in the future. But I think I want to emphasize just these means of communication and how important they are. This list that you've given us, that many of the things that we presented in our presentation that we made to the board in terms of branding and outreach. And so I think these are all effective means of doing that, right? So a monthly newsletter, which I do, we send that out to constituents, member press releases, member events, which we've done some of those in our first term here, member constituent affairs, trying to make sure that we're communicating to our constituents that they have a means of having issues addressed. Certainly collaboration and working with local government, and both the member and staff representation with government affairs groups is so important in terms of what is happening in the legislature, and that we're in sync with what's happening in the legislature, but also those bodies that may come before the Board of Equalization, that we're listening to what their needs are, because there are certain groups that represent taxpayers, and we want to hear from them. And of course, social media, and then finally, upgrade of the members' website. But these are all effective means of being able to communicate with our constituent, and we can expand on these, and I'm excited about those opportunities to do so. And as we move forward, I guess I want to be careful that we're doing this in the right fashion as members of the Board of Equalization, that what we do is not political, not even perceived as being political, that we are doing things that are means of reaching out to our constituents and providing services for those. And I guess the reason I'm bringing that up is I just want to make sure that we remember some of the issues that came before this board, the Board of Equalization, that were construed or handled in the wrong way. And so as we move forward, I just think we need to do it in a careful fashion. I think we have a great opportunity and story to tell about what we do, but we have to make sure that it is dealt with in a careful fashion. So I look forward to that, and I think we have a great opportunity before us, but I just want to do so with some deliberation and caution in terms of doing it in the right way.
So what are you saying?
I'm saying that we have a history at the BOE where things went awry in terms of outreach.
Not our collective history,
Not
our
ours.
predecessors.
Not ours, right.
All right, let's put that distinction out there on the
Yeah,
record.
thank you. But so I just want to be careful in how we do this. I think there is a pathway, there is a way to do it, but I just want to make sure we do it in the right fashion so that we can continue to be a good, effective, transparent organization, which I believe we have been since we've been elected.
Yes, I agree with you, and I'm sure our counsel, Mr. Henry Nanjo, is jumping for joy over there to know that he has another ally that is going to always err on the side of abundance of caution. I appreciate you bringing that and making sure that that's at the forefront of our mind, always.
Great, thank you.
I want to make a motion that we create a board standing work group on communications and outreach. And this is different from branding of what I'm proposing. And the reason why I'm recommending this is actually in the spirit of what you just laid out, Senator Gaines. The creation of the work group would allow us to publicly notice meetings so that we can facilitate coming together. And we will not be in violation of any Bagley-Keene laws. And it would facilitate the ability for our offices and the agency to work together on a regular basis without violating, like I said, Bagley-Keene. So I'm making a motion to create a board standing work group on communications and outreach. And I believe I would like to entertain a second to this motion if there's appetite.
I would second the motion.
Okay. Is there any discussion on this motion? Yes, Mr. Eppolite?
For further discussion on this work plan?
Yes, that would be part of the discussion, yes. But what I'm trying to do is create an independent body that has full transparency for the members of the public, as well as our office, as well as a space for the board, for the staff to all come together. And in doing that, this work plan will, it's like a, what do you call it, evergreen document, kind of constantly fluid and subject to changes if need be. I don't foresee any, but it's a structural framework is what I'm trying to propose that will be discussing items like this. Yes. Is that clear? Okay. I see our friend and counsel, Mr. Nanjo, has stepped up to the microphone. I'd like to acknowledge him.
Thank you, Chair Cohen. I would be remiss in my duties if I didn't mention to the board that there is a little bit of caution that needs to be exercised when we're discussing communications and outreach. Specifically, as the board may remember, when the government code 15600 was altered to redefine or focus the board's duties, if you will, one of the key components of that action was the board's communication and outreach was specifically called out. And what was important, and again, I'm not saying you shouldn't do this. All I'm saying is please keep in mind that one of the things the legislation was very clear about was that the board had its own independent communications and outreach duties vis-a-vis their individual districts, and that is to be distinguished from the agency's communication and outreach duties. The board was specifically mentioned in that legislation not to interfere or affect or have any operational control over or work with the board's agent, or the agency's, I should say, communications and outreach, that was supposed to be done separately. Any communications and outreach the board members were to do were supposed to be done with their own staff. We also, as you may remember, also have a Attorney General's guidance that also kind of confirmed that at that time. So again, as you move forward on this board communication and outreach plan, just kind of be mindful of that distinction if you can.
Of course. And we do not intend to violate any laws, but ultimately this will allow us to work together for just the maximum reach and maximum impact. We're talking about just using our collective ability. I appreciate the counsel, advice and counsel, and I'm in agreement, and I receive it.
Absolutely.
I'm not moving this body in a place that would present us to be in a vulnerable position or even to receive accusations that we're in violation of Bagley-Keene.
Yeah, and along those lines, I just wanted to remind the board, so thank you very much, Chair Cohen.
Yes,
Could
of course.
Can I expand on that, just to?
Yes.
Because I need
Sorry.
I just need clarity in my mind in terms of the reference. You're referencing AB 102?
Correct.
Okay. And so, can we get more information on that? Because what you've said is that, I think what you've said is we can't do what's being suggested in the motion, and I want to understand that. And if we can't, then we got to figure out a plan B.
Yeah. So
so-
to the extent that the motion involves board members and board member staff, that's appropriate. Where AB...
Which, by the way, is what the motion states.
What
Okay.
AB 102 and what which got embodied in government code, changes to government code section 15600, and what the Attorney General's opinion talks about is the board has the ability to do communications and outreach in their own districts, and they utilize their own staff to do that. As far as the agency can do communications and outreach, but that's with their own staff, and there needs to be a division between the two bodies. So
Okay.
that's essentially the upshot of
Okay.
that.
Because I know
provision.
that there's, if I, like for a newsletter, I run the newsletter through the executive director before we send it out, because I want to make sure there's not anything that's inappropriate in terms of what I'm putting in my newsletter.
Sure.
So I'm asking for advice on that, for counsel in a sense, so.
And that's perfectly
So there is
appropriate.
there's some interaction in that sense, but I think the way I perceive that is I just want to make sure that our office is doing what we're doing in terms of communication in the right way.
Absolutely. I mean,
So-
we have, you have the legal department, you have the property tax department who's there to help ensure that the information that you're presenting is accurate and doesn't have any issues. That's perfectly acceptable. Essentially, what the government code and the legislation talked about was to the extent that the board members have communication and outreach activities, that's your communication and outreach activities, and it's done with your own staff. To the extent that the department or agency has communication and outreach activities, those are done with the department and their own staff.
Okay.
And basically, it's two separate bodies, if you
Right,
will.
okay. And we can seek legal advice from you in terms of
Absolutely.
how we're communicating as our own office.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I also
okay.
want to add, although there's a separation, the material that agency produce
Right.
Can be shared.
should be, and it is shared,
Yeah.
and you guys do use it, and that's why I said continue to leverage on this material. I'm not sure in the motion if that was the intent of Chair Cohen, is to continue to leverage on what we have, or if you were looking for agency staff to play a more active role.
No, I wasn't looking for agency
Okay.
staff. I mean, quite honestly, we as a board have dealt with this issue already. You have been on the record. We've addressed this. The law doesn't prohibit the agency and the board members to work together. I'm not looking to overstep
Okay.
the boundaries of the law.
I
And
didn't think so. I just wanted to hear you say it.
I understand. I understand. But this is just for my colleagues to bring them an additional layer of comfort.
Okay.
Mr. Schaefer, hold on. I have to recognize Mr. Vasquez, and then I'll get back to you. Yes.
Along those same lines, I think it's a great idea, and I hear the caution, I guess, from our legal department that we have to be careful that we don't mix the two and put, in this case, I guess, our individual districts, for example, demanding your services for some of the community outreach stuff. And I agree that I think we should do it, and I think a lot of us are trying, in that motion, incorporate that we're all, I believe we all, are all in on the same page, and there's a consensus here that given the surplus that's sitting in the government's, or our governor's office, that we push for more staffing. Because, we all represent 10 million people, and I've been trying to do as much outreach and, in my district, but it's difficult. We're very limited. That's why I think a lot of times there's frustration, and we're usually looking to the BOE staff to provide help. So I don't know if there's some way to incorporate that, because if you think it's going to happen just with our current staffing, it's not going to happen. We don't have the resources.
We're going to take our first steps first. We have to create the framework first. And I think what you're describing is a separate action, something that we can certainly consider. We can consider it next month. What we're doing here today is formally coming together and saying, this is a work group, this is an area that we want to be able to come together and talk about items. Not specific items. We haven't noticed anything to the public just yet, but this is a work group just on communications and outreach. And the reason why I'm proposing this as a work group is because, yes, we can individually work on our own, but just like the hand, right? You have individual fingers, but we could be a lot more stronger if we were able to collectively bring our resource, pull ourselves together, pull our thoughts together. That doesn't restrict you from talking individually to your constituents, because I'm sure you communicate different things. As a matter of fact, I read your stuff. You communicate different things than what I would communicate to my constituents. I'm not. This is not supplanting or substituting anything.
Yeah.
This is an additional tool for us as a body to be able to talk collectively, and most importantly, legally, with full transparency. So we have to notice to the public that we're going to come together. These are the things that we're going to talk about. So what I'm proposing is a framework that just, I think, enhances our efforts to if we want to use it, we can. If we don't use it, that's completely fine. I want to take Mr. Schaefer and then.
Yes, no, I would withdraw my second on it. I was really interested in promoting discussion on the matter, which we have done. And you now have a chance to modify it if you like, but our office is, from where we are right now, are not in support of it.
Okay, got you. Mr. Gaines?
Yeah, so I'm just trying to clarify what we're
Yes.
doing. And so the motion is to create a workshop environment,
A work group?
work group, excuse
Work
me.
group,
It's a work group.
Yes.
That we can call when we want to and put on the agenda.
That is correct.
Okay, and that work group would be communications and outreach.
Correct.
And it would give us an ability to collaborate or share
Correct.
ideas in terms of what each of our offices are doing, and to do that in a public setting.
That's correct.
Okay. And then we could get advice from legal counsel or
Well, they're part
from
of they're part of the
executive
work
director.
group, so they will be present. They'll be just like they're present today.
Right.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Sounds
Yes.
good.
Okay. Looks like we're okay. May I have a second? The second that I originally had was withdrawn. May I have a second for that?
I'll
motion?
second that.
Thank you, Mr. Gaines. I appreciate that. Seeing that there is no further discussion, let's call the roll. Thank you, Ms. Cicchetti.
Yes.
Oh, wait, I'm sorry. Ms. Julia has a question.
Yes.
Or-
We're going to go to public comment first
Oh, yes.
before we
Oh.
go to,
Before you go to public comment,
Yes.
Madam Chair, I understand your motion. This is a standing work group.
Correct.
I'm not sure if this motion passed, if it's the desire of the board to convene this work group within the next 93 months.
Oh,
If it is, I just want to highlight that it would be an open meeting, subject to Bagley King, as you said, and I have to consider board proceedings in their capacity to facilitate another work group as we are concluding our work group for affordable housing and as we're moving into our appeal season.
Yeah, we'll work together on the details. I appreciate you speaking that into the record, but we're not
You're not there yet.
we're not there yet.
I just wanted to say
I don't
that.
I don't have a secret agenda that I'm
Okay.
pushing. I am, again, really, one of the things that I've been really focused on is just creating the infrastructure in place so that we have the space to talk to each other that's fully transparent. So we will continue to work together and to take into consideration, because your staff is working, our staff is working, other offices are working. So I think that Mr. Vasquez has made it very clear that we need additional staff, but that
That's a
is
separate issue.
a separate issue. So, now there's a motion has been made. We're going to take public comment, and then we're going to take action on the motion.
Yes.
All right, let's go to public comment.
AT&T moderator, please let us know if there's anyone on the line who'd like to make a public comment regarding this item.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you wish to make a public comment, you may press 1 then 0 at this time. It'll be just a moment for our first comment. And at this time, there's no one in queue.
Thank you, I appreciate that. So let's go to, Mr. Vasquez?
Just one, more of a point of clarification, and I think Ms. Stowers kind of hit it on the nail. So it's obviously your intentions to create this mechanism that we may or may not be able to use the next, I guess, 90 days, depending on the workload of staff. Is that correct?
No, what I was doing is I don't know what the staff's workload is, and I don't know what we want to talk about. So we're creating the infrastructure. I don't know. If we're discussing an item and she says, you know what, that's really burdensome, I don't know if we can get to that this month, maybe next month. So the point that I'm making is that we would be talking about it, just like we talk about when we add things to the agenda. So,
If I may, if the motion passes, it's a standing work group. So as a standing work group, I am assuming that this would be an item on our public agenda notice.
correct,
And then when the group is being convened and is convened.
correct.
So we would have to take some steps on our side, but that's not a major issue at all.
Right, I think the steps on your side in terms of just adding it to the agenda
that's-
item and
that's-
everything. I
we
mean,
can handle that.
Exactly, we've got that.
And Chair Cohen, I'm sorry
sir.
to interrupt, but I don't know if you wanted to discuss this at this point or not, but pursuant to the board's work group charter this board has adopted, informing a work group according to the charter, you're supposed to include the meeting plan per the charter. I don't know if you want to just kind of put a pin in that and do that at your next discussion of this work group, but typically, the charter talks about the whole meeting plan and having a little bit more meat, if you will, to the formation of the charter, the work group, I should say. So I just bring that to your attention as a reminder.
Thank you very much. Is there precedent for establishing a work group without a plan? Because this is new information to me.
So the charter that the board adopted talks about not only, when you form the work group, also having kind of a meeting plan and having a little bit more scope attached with the motion and starting a work group. So this would be a departure from your work group charter, which obviously the board can do
Yeah.
on a vote. It's just, I'm again bringing it to your attention.
Thank you, I appreciate that. Then let's table this item and we'll bring it back next month.
Thank you.
Or maybe even tomorrow, I don't know, we'll see. We'll see how quickly we can pull our stuff together. So we're going to adjourn this meeting, not adjourn, but we're going to recess this meeting.
Right.
And so let's leave it open and possibly bring it back for discussion tomorrow.
Great. The other thing, I'm sorry, my apologies, I was a little slow on the draw. I noticed that you did not do public comment for the approval of the minutes, and that's typically what the board does. So what I would suggest is we make a call for public comments at this point in time. If we have a public comment, we can then retake the vote. If we have no public comments, then the vote should be fine.
Great, so what we could do is we'll take public comment on the minutes simultaneously as we take public comment on this item.
I think we already took public comment on this item, so we're good to
Okay.
go with the minutes.
Okay, so then before we go to the next item, let's open up for public comment for the first item on the agenda, which was the approval of the minutes.
I apologize for missing the public comment on the minutes. Let's go to the AT&T moderator. Can you please let us know if there's anyone on the line who'd like to make a public comment regarding item J1, the approval of the board minutes?
Once again, if you would like to make a public comment, you may press 1 and 0 at this time. And I'm seeing no one in queue.
All right, thank you
Great.
very
And
much.
that means the vote should be fine, so thank you very much, Chair and members of the board.
All right. Please, let's call the next item.
The next item on the agenda is K1B, Executive Director's Report, approval of the 2023 Board Workload Plan. The plan consists of the 2023 board meeting calendar, annual property tax calendar, and significant dates considered in setting board meeting dates. This item is presented by Ms. Stowers.
Thank you. Actually, I'm still on K1A.
Okay.
Okay.
Told you I was going to be up here a while. Okay, before we go to K1B, I also want to report out on the third item, which is the Assessment Practice Survey Program. Members, as you know, when assessments practice surveys are completed, the surveys are issued to various parties as required by statute, as well as to the public as they are part of our letters to assessors, and they are also placed on our website. Also, many of our stakeholders announce in their newsletters the results of an assessment practice survey. Finally, the current 5-year cycle of scheduled surveys is included in the board's 2023 annual work plan and is available on our website. A little history. In 2014, we launched a web page dedicated to the information about the Assessment Practice Survey Program. The web page was developed in consultation with the California Assessors Association to provide greater transparency about the survey program. The web page includes the scope of the review of a survey, the authority and citations for the review, again, the letters to assessors, common recommendations per topic, and historical recommendations going back to 1998. The assessment practice survey topics, which are described in this web page, includes administration issues such as appeals, forms, and staffing. It also includes real property issues such as change of ownership and decline in value. And finally, it includes personal property and fixtures such as aircrafts, property statements, and business property valuation. In addition to this web page, it is important to note that the agency staff evaluates the surveys to determine the need for additional training for the assessor staff, the need for a redesign or a new property tax form, the need for possible legislative changes to address an issue, and identify emerging issues. At the December 2020 board meeting, as part of Chair Cohen's L item, the board directed the executive director to look into the feasibility of placing LTAs, including surveys, on the board agenda. As a result, beginning in 2021, we began placing all LTAs, including assessment practice surveys, on the board's agenda under the Property Tax Deputies Director's Report, where the chief of the County Assessed Property Division reports out on these LTAs. This provides the board the opportunity to have discussion on any of the items. Recognizing that there may be a need to provide additional sunlight on the assessment practice survey program. Staff will be having a meeting with the California's Assessment Practice Survey Subcommittee to discuss how we can do more within our board agenda of providing more information. Members, that concludes my presentation on the Assessment Practice Survey Program. I'm available for any questions or comments.
Great, thank you very much for the update. I appreciate you bringing this matter back before the board. The information provided today was very helpful and gives us something to consider. Let me see if there's anyone else. Any other? No? No? Okay, all right, thank you. Ms. Stowers, that concludes your presentation?
I now have K1B.
Okay,
That is the board workload plan for 2023.
okay.
Okay, I will go ahead. Next, I am presenting to you for your consideration the 2023 Board Workload Plan. The Board Workload Plan contains the proposed board meeting calendar for 2023 based upon statutory timeframes and deadlines. It also includes the 2023 property tax calendar and other significant dates for your reference and planning. This item is presented for board discussion and consideration. The board's adoption of the workload plan before you today will allow staff to prepare the 2023 calendar of regular board meeting dates. Then, if the board would like to schedule additional meetings, the 2023 board workload plan can be updated accordingly. Members, I now ask for your adoption of the 2023 board workload plan. Thank you.
Of course. I think Mr. Vasquez has something?
Yes, and looking at it, I'm comfortable with it. My only question, I guess, on the, you have the projected dates for our meetings for 2023.
Yes.
If we were to tweak those still could happen, 2-3 months out, right?
Yes, it can happen 2 or 3 months out
Okay.
based on the board's pleasure. What we would normally do, let's say a member decides, would like to have an additional date or would like to have
Or
another
change the
topic or
date.
something, we would just confirm everyone's availability and, of course, take the necessary steps to secure the auditorium. But there is flexibility in the dates and the topics, except for the ones that we have to do by statutory
right.
deadline.
I am good with the rest.
Okay, good. Anyone on my left? Any questions, any comments? No? Okay.
You need a motion for that?
Yes, but,
Oh, I'm
yes,
sorry.
that's okay. But we're going to take public comment, I think, on both those last two items. We didn't take public comment on the first one.
I don't think so.
About the quarterly reports, and so I wanted to close out that conversation very quickly, and just reiterate that placing quarterly reports on the agenda, these is something that I'd like to move forward in the practice that we do. The assessment practices surveys, just bring them to us so that we can discuss them, review them if there are any questions. And I'd like for the quarterly reports to be presented to the board in the form of the assessment practice surveys. Am I clear?
I think you're clear. Basically, you're asking that have more discussion about the surveys themselves, highlight the surveys.
More light, more transparency, right? If it warrants questions or more discussion, then we'll go there. If not, then we obviously won't take up the issue.
Okay. Let me work on how we can do that. And I do want to note that they are not necessarily completed on a quarterly basis.
So are they, I understand that, so are they, can we gather what is completed, that is in the first quarter, present, gather what you have completed in the second quarter and present them? They don't have to necessarily be disseminated. Does that make sense? So maybe in the first quarter you have 3, and maybe in the second quarter you have 2.
I understand that.
Okay.
I think it might be more efficient if we did it 6 months. because of the time it takes to complete the surveys, we can clearly present like a catch-up. At some point, let's say January, we can do an overview of the completed surveys, and I don't think we need to go back to 1998.
No, we don't need to go back to
But we can, let's just stick with current and say, these are the surveys, these are the recommendations that we found. Maybe there was an emergent issue, this was an emergent issue we saw, this is the steps that we took to address it.
Yeah, I think so. So just, colleagues, just as a reminder, I mean, the assessment surveys are important because what it is, it's like an audit tool that, that the Board of Equalization conducts randomly selected counties to help them period. I don't know, there may be some issues, there may not be any issues. Ms. Stowers, you're right, I don't want to go back to 1998. Is it possible to go back to maybe when this board began, 3 years? Before you answer that, before you start sweating,
I knew it was going to be
we can work together on exactly, because what we could possibly do is start within the last 6 months, and then work back to January or the beginning of 2019, as opposed to marshaling all together, putting together a presentation, and then bringing it back to us, to the Board of Equalization. I have some flexibility. What I'm just looking to do now is just to create, again, more transparency on the work that we're doing here on the board. And so those surveys are really important tools. Few people know. And the way, in my mind, the reason why I'd like to bring this to, public is just, again, as an opportunity for the public to know what we're doing. When I'm thinking about our outreach, when I'm thinking about communicating our brand, communicating our value add to the state of California, it's making sure that people understand the work that we're doing, what we've done, why we're doing it, and how we do it. So I don't want to focus on specific counties. I just simply want to highlight best practices. That's it. I want to understand the gaps in technology and staffing, because I think that it bolsters our budgetary arguments when we go and we make a request for more money for technology that we have done successfully on behalf of the counties, county assessors. So I want to be able to identify emerging issues. These assessment survey practices can flag emerging issues. And also, it gives us an opportunity to study lessons learned. So I just want to give you a little bit more insight into my thinking, my rationale, and colleagues, just so you know where I'm trying to guide this body. And again, so that is my intent. And we will work together. We will have flexibility. I'm not looking to overburden, although I will say we have done a great job of hiring up and staffing. But I don't want anyone to feel uncomfortable about what I'm proposing. So I'm happy to articulate any more or answer any other questions. Looks like Mr. Gaines has a question.
Just a comment. I think it's a great idea, just in terms of, people ask us, what do we do at the BOE? And I think one of the key roles is that we audit, we do surveys, right, of the 58 county assessors. But that's about all we ever hear, right, is that the organization does it, but I never really know what the net result is, or I just think it would be nice for our constituents to know what's happening at their assessor office in their particular county. Because we do these things and they go to the assessor, they go to the Board of Supervisors, but maybe the Board of Supervisors doesn't bring it up. Assessor has it, so they use it for their own personal, or their use internally, which is good. But it'd be nice for us to have some sort of oversight or review. So it'd be nice to know, what are the issues in particular counties? Is there a trend where a lot of counties have the same problems?
So that is what I'm looking like for big themes. And also, the Board of Supervisors, every county is unique, right? So they may
Right.
have capacity, they may post it, they may not post it. But it's like it's a layer It's
Right.
another layer of transparency of the work that we're doing.
Right.
And I want to see, I think that's pretty much it. I see a love note was passed.
Yes, yes, a note was passed, and I think I covered it. I appreciate what you guys are saying. It's just more to do, have more discussion on the surveys. What are the trends? What are the emerging issues? And you're not asking for it to go back to the beginning of time.
No.
And you're not asking to pull the trigger tomorrow. Just take some time and plan it out so that we can have this public discussion.
That's correct. And more so what is most important to me is that we establish it moving forward into the future.
Okay.
And again, these are really, we know the Board of Equalization staff spends a tremendous amount of time and energy on this part of our business. And we should be highlighting it and sharing it publicly about what we're learning from the assessment surveys.
I
And
will, Mike, I will work on that. You're absolutely right. You know, there are compliance audits. They are critical. That's one of our key functions. We use the term survey, but they're audits.
Yes, they are.
And we have some really experienced and qualified appraiser auditors. They have valuation experience, and they have audit experience. And they're the ones who's carrying out this work. And I'm sure they would love to share. So we will work on how we can push it out more
Thank you.
in a public meeting.
Thank you. And again, I want to just reiterate, I don't want any fear or intimidation. I'm not looking, we don't have to go back to 1998 to stick with the example. And even flexibility. I threw out a number going back, a date, going back to just when this body started. But my main priority really is moving forward.
Moving forward, yeah.
Moving forward.
I will
Okay.
work on that, and, you know, although we do some report out, it's not as detailed, so we will expand on that. And thank you.
Yes, and I want to highlight something that Mr. Vasquez said earlier about the staffing gap. At the staffing gap, you'll also see in our county assessor's office, which the assessment surveys, these audit tools catch, and they have been catching. And so our job is, in terms of providing oversight and guidance and direction for the 58 county assessors, is to also advocate on their behalf. So just like we are feeling the pinch on staffing, on reduced staffing levels, so are our assessors, and it is impeding on their doing their business. So this is just almost like another affirming what you said, but it would bolster the argument when we go to ask for additional revenue. And I'm just sticking with the example. I'm not saying that we need more staff or we plan to go ask for it. We're not advocating that. That was just the example that was giving, that I just wanted to highlight how, and connect the dots, how the assessment surveys filter into exactly what you're saying to what we are experiencing on an individual level. So instead of taking it from a micro level, bringing it up to a macro level and elevating that. So, yes, Ms. Towers.
Great conversation. So that there's no misunderstanding, will you make a motion, please? Or
Sure.
did you already?
A motion,
To,
okay, all right, I got it.
Staff recommendation.
Yes, I'll make a motion to adopt the staff recommendation. Maybe you can
oh, wait,
reiterate
I'm
it.
sorry, we've talked in so many different items.
I know.
One, we have not approved the workload calendar yet. So we need a motion for that. And I'm also asking for a motion with respect to
The assessment surveys?
surveys, yes.
Okay, all right, sure. So what I'd like to do is, in terms of, okay, I'll make a motion to ask staff to bring the assessment surveys to the, I'll make a motion to recommend that quarterly agenda items be placed on the board agenda, broad, and within that, it is understood that assessment surveys will fall into that category.
Okay.
Quarterly agenda items be placed on the board agenda for assessment practice surveys. That is my motion. Okay, I heard surround sound in my second, but I think I heard Gaines first. So I'm going to acknowledge the second made by Senator Gaines. And let's take public comment on this one, and then we'll go back to the calendar item. Let's take public
AT&T
comment.
moderator, could you please find if anyone's on the line who would like to make a public comment regarding the assessment practices motion?
Ladies and gentlemen, if you'd like to make a public comment at this time, you may press 1 and 0. And there's no one in queue.
Thank you very much. All right, let's take a vote on this, please.
Yes. Chair Cohn,
Thank you, yes.
Vice Chair Schaefer,
Aye.
Member Gaines, Member Vasquez,
Aye.
Deputy Controller Epperlight.
Aye.
All right, sounds like this motion passes unanimously. Thank you. All right, Ms. Towers, one more item before us, okay?
The workload,
Excuse me?
the workload plan.
The workload plan.
The workload plan. And so
Staff recommendation on the workload plan.
I'll make a motion to accept the staff recommendation on the workload plan. One caveat, I don't recall if we took public comment on this or not.
Nope, we're going to have to do that.
All right, let's take public comment before we take up the vote.
Okay. AT&T moderator, can you let us know if there's anyone on the line who'd like to make a public comment regarding the board workload plan?
Once again, if you'd like to make a public comment, you may press 1 and 0. At this time, there's no one in queue.
All right, thank you very much. So the motion has been made to accept, a motion has been made and a second. Just want to call for the record that Mr. Epperlight is going to be abstaining from this particular vote. And with Ms. Cicchetti, if you could call the roll.
Yes, can you, who is the second on this motion?
It was Mr. Senator Gaines.
Okay, I just wanted to, for the record. Thank you. Chair Cohen,
Aye.
Vice Chair Schaefer,
Aye.
Member Gaines, Member Vasquez,
Aye.
Deputy Controller Epperlight.
Abstain?
All right, thank you. Motion passes. Ms. Towers, thank you very much for the presentation. All right, let's stick with the agenda and continue to move forward.
All righty. The next item on the agenda is K1C, Executive Director's Report, Operational Priorities, Report on the status of the operational priorities of the agency.
Thank you.
This matter will be presented by Ms. Renati.
Good morning, Chair Cohen and honorable members. My name is Lisa Renati. I'm Chief Deputy Director. Today I'll report on some of the agency's operational priorities and projects. The first item is our recruitment. Since the last report to the board, we have filled 6 positions, 3 promotions of internal candidates, and 3 positions were filled with professionals new to state service. Our remaining vacancies are in active recruitment, and we continue to make meaningful progress in our goal to reduce vacancies using merit hiring principles. The next item is our strategic goal regarding workforce development. Now that we've made solid progress in filling key positions and reducing our vacancies, we are working towards developing and implementing succession plans for essential roles and subject matter areas to ensure the continuity of knowledge and to create a culture of professional growth and development. Members, as you know, at BOE, we're a specialized group of property tax experts, and we must be strategic in the way we bring in and grow our talent. To be proficient, we know it takes time and experience to develop the property tax expertise that the state, local governments, and stakeholders rely on. As we bring on new staff and as we promote staff into positions of greater responsibility, we must provide staff with tools needed to successfully perform and grow in their roles. In addition to our traditional coursework and training, we are holding weekly team meetings. We are fostering mentor-mentee relationships. We are cross-training staff on multiple functions. We are including multi-level staff and managers in planning sessions, which allows everyone a seat at the table to contribute and learn. And we are providing practical experience with an intentional focus on knowledge transfer and succession planning. The management team is committed to these efforts so that we may develop the next generation and also to develop the next experts for property tax administration and management. This concludes my presentation on the agency's day-to-day operational priorities, and I'm available to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, questions?
I do, if I could.
Please, Mr.
Yeah,
Deans.
great, thank you. So we hired, okay, so we promoted 3 within,
Mhm.
and then we hired 3 from the outside.
Correct.
Do we have any retirements?
Not as of this past 2 months.
Okay.
Well, I don't have that in front of me. I don't believe so.
Okay, great. And our, I'm not sure if this is the right term, but our vacant positions are declining, right?
They are. Incrementally, they are declining. We've had,
Yes.
when you have a promotion in-house, that creates another vacancy. So you have to
Right.
just look at the new hires coming in.
Yeah,
So we are down considerably from where we were, especially 2 years ago.
great, excellent, good job, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vasquez.
Thank you for that update. And now that I guess there's been a shift, right? Now that the priorities have shifted to succession planning and workforce development and knowledge transfer, could you give us a brief outline of what those processes entail?
Well, as I described, we are working, in addition to our regular intensive training and making sure all of our staff have the coursework needed and get the certification needed, we are doing more meetings. We have weekly meetings with the management and staff, weekly meetings with managers, weekly meetings with executive staff. So we're constantly having, I know it seems like a lot of meetings, but through that in-person and also in sometimes hybrid collaboration, you're having more and more people listen to what's going on. It's difficult when everyone was hybrid to try to do that, and now that we are doing this, really doing a focus on it, we're having more people at the table. And I bring that up because if it's just, Ms. Stowers and Henry and I in a room deciding what's going to be done, it doesn't really translate to getting all the good ideas. We're bringing new people into the room. We're bringing new managers, new supervisors in the room and asking their opinion. Same thing's going on within the department. So that's that knowledge transfer, that ability to bring new ideas to the table, the process improvement project that we've been talking about for the last year also works in that. Because as you do process improvement, you break down the processes, figure out how you're doing things and how to make it better. That trains all your new staff of why do we do things? How can we do it better? So that's a couple examples.
Thank you.
Ms. Renati, what I'm hearing is that you're no longer doing virtual meetings. We've gone back to face-to-face.
We're doing hybrid. Some of our meetings are completely in person, which is kind of fun to do when you haven't seen people for a few years. Some are hybrid and some are completely virtual. It's just hard to coordinate schedules of everyone when not everyone has the same days in the office.
Thank you. Let's take public comment.
Ms. Renati has one other item we're going to take up
Okay.
before we go to public comment.
Okay, thank you.
K1D, Executive Director's Report, Prop 19 Implementation Project. Report on the status of the agency's Proposition 19 Implementation Project, presented by Ms. Renati.
Thank you. Again, I'm Lisa Renati, Chief Deputy Director, and today I'll provide an update on our Proposition 19 implementation project. A high-level implementation plan is attached to today's agenda. This plan includes 7 identified work categories needed to implement Prop 19 and a high-level description of associated activities within each category. I'm happy to report that the status of BOE's implementation project is green. That means no issues to report. The BOE has a dedicated webpage regarding Prop 19, which can be accessed through our homepage. The webpage includes guidance, frequently asked questions, and related legislation, in addition to other resources to assist taxpayers. As of September 26th, our Prop 19 webpage has received approximately 383,000 unique external page views since we launched the page in November 2020. This includes an additional 28,100 unique external page views for the 2-month period of August and September. This concludes my presentation on this topic. I am available to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. I have no questions. Colleagues, do any of you have any questions?
I do, if I
Yes.
could.
Yes, please, you can.
Yeah, just in reference to Prop 19, what are we doing from a staffing standpoint because of the additional workload as a result of Prop 19?
When we implemented Prop 19, we had a lot of vacancies, as you understand, and so but when we went through and looked at our plan of how we were going to manage the plan, we were able to use existing positions, and as we fill them, continues those existing positions.
okay.
So we didn't have a need for additional staffing,
Okay.
but should another historic Prop 19 type legislation be passed, we would probably need to find more staffing.
Okay, all right, so that need may change in the future, too. Part of my concern is tracking all these properties and the ownership changes. I guess that's happening that's really happening at the local level?
It's, and I know
Or-
Dave can speak better to it when he gives his presentation, but we do have technology of our own that we've developed to track our portion of different
Mm-hmm. Okay.
items, and so he can speak much more eloquently than I can on that subject.
Great, as long as we, if we've got excess capacity because of the fact that we haven't been fully hired, that's great use.
Yes, we're very
Of those
close to being
positions, so
filled.
that's-
We're very
yeah.
close.
Good, all right. Thank you.
Mr. Eppolite has a question now.
Mr. Renati, are we also able to track how many hits we're getting for the career opportunities link on the homepage as well?
We would be able to, I don't have that information, but we would be able to do that, yes.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Looks like we have no other questions. Thank you for the presentation. Let's go to public comment.
AT&T moderator, can you please find out if there's someone on the line who'd like to make a public comment regarding these reports?
Ladies and gentlemen, if you would like to make a public comment, you may press 1 and 0 at this time. At this time, there's no one in queue.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Let's call the next item, please.
Not so sure if we wanted to take a break at this time or we wanted to continue on.
I'm happy to take a break. How long do you suggest?
A 10-minute break?
All right, we'll take a 10-minute break. We will reconvene at 11:45. Thank you. Are we ready to rock and roll? All right, let me call the meeting back into session. Thank you very much. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and resume on our agenda. I believe, Mr. Ketty, could you remind us where we are?
At the K2 item, where the next item is K2A, the Taxpayer Rights Advocate Office Report.
All right, thank you.
Operational update on activities of the Taxpayer Rights Advocate's Office, including Prop 19 education, outreach, and other matters. This matter will be presented by Ms. Thompson.
Good morning, Chair Cohen and honorable members. I'm Lisa Thompson, Chief of the Taxpayer Rights Advocate, and I'm here to provide you with an update on the activities of the Taxpayer Rights Advocate Office, as well as Proposition 19 education and outreach. First, I'd like to share with you some statistics on the number of taxpayer cases that were completed by our office last month, and provide some insight on the types of those cases to keep you informed. This month, attached to the public agenda notice, is a memorandum from our office to the executive director reporting the number of completed cases last month. It is broken down by board member district, as well as within the administrative and valuation categories, and within the topic areas within each of those categories. In August 2022, we completed 18 cases. 6 were in board member Gaines's district, 4 in board member Cohen's district, 3 in board member Vasquez's district, and 5 were in board member Schaefer's district. Of the 18 cases, 3 were from the administrative category and 15 were from the valuation category. The administrative category includes topics such as creating and mailing of tax bills, refunds, penalty cancellations, defaulted taxes, access to data, special assessments, or direct levies on the property tax bill. The valuation category includes topics such as change in ownership, decline in values, appraisal methodology, exclusions, exemptions, new construction, actual enrollment of values, general property taxation, and assessment appeals. With respect to the administrative category and its 3 cases in total, 1 pertained to delinquent or defaulted taxes, 1 pertained to penalties, and 1 involved a tax payment. With respect to the valuation category and its 15 cases in total, 4 pertained to the actual enrollment of values, 7 cases pertained to exclusions from reassessment, 3 involved exemptions, and 1 case involved new construction. To provide some additional insight on the specific types of exclusion and exemption cases, I offer this further breakdown. For the 7 cases involving exclusions from reassessment, 1 pertained to the parent-child exclusion, 5 pertained to the base year value transfers for persons age 55 and over, and 1 pertained to base year value transfers for a disaster. The parent-child exclusion case fell under prior law, Proposition 58, since the transfer occurred before the February 16, 2021 effective date of Proposition 19's intergenerational transfer provisions. With respect to the 6 pertaining to base year value transfers, 2 occurred during the time of current law of Proposition 19, and 4 were under prior law. One of the cases under prior law involved an intercounty transfer from one county to another. For the 3 exemption cases, 2 pertain to historical aircraft and 1 pertained to the disabled veterans exemption. To provide additional insight on the nature of those cases that our office works on to assist taxpayers, I offer some additional information on a case our office worked on and how we help the taxpayer. An example of a case that our office helped resolve involved a taxpayer who had contacted our office because her property had been reassessed after she added her son on title and she received a supplemental tax bill. The taxpayer didn't understand why the property was reassessed and said that she had filled out all the necessary forms so the property would not be reappraised.
So what was the end result?
Well,
It was not
it
not-
was reassessed
It was
by the
reassessed.
assessor's office. So we helped her understand after analyzing why. So we look into specific reasons of why it was reassessed and help them understand why that is. So when, as part of that analysis, we talked with the taxpayer about her son and the addition on title. And at that time, she had indicated that she had owned the property for many years, and since she was getting older, she added her son on title, with the intent so they wouldn't have to they wouldn't basically have to deal with probate after she passed, so it would be simpler. The taxpayer also said the assessor's office told her that since the property was not her primary residence and was a rental home, that the parent-child exclusion form, if it was filed, it still would not be granted. And basically, this was not a house that the taxpayer lived in. It was a rental property, and the son was added on title prior to Proposition 19's effective dates. So even if the taxpayer had not already used her lifetime limit of $1 million for non-residential property, under Revenue and Taxation Code Section 63.1, because as of the date of the transfer, it would have been eligible for the transfer exclusion because the law changed as of February 16th, 2021. So we examined a copy of that deed that was provided to us by the assessor's office, and unfortunately, the transfer had been notarized had it been notarized 3 days earlier, the taxpayer could have claimed exclusion under Proposition 58 and RTC 63.1.
So she was 3 days short.
She was for that purpose, but because she said that the supplemental tax bill what we analyzed showed that 50% was reassessed on that, and because ultimately the quitclaim deed was silent as to how property was held, it didn't basically indicate whether the son or the mom held property and as tenants in common or in tenants, joint tenants. And basically, exclusion from reassessment when somebody is added to title occurs if the property isn't held in joint tenancy. In
If it
accordance
is
with,
held in joint tenancy.
yeah. So basically, if a mom, say a mom adds a son on
Right.
title, and she remains on title.
Right.
So this is different from passing away, obviously. So in accordance with property tax law and Rule 462.040, if a person is added to joint tenancy and that transferor, like a mom, like myself, would transfer it, if they remain on title, then that is not something that is reassessed. So that is, in essence.
So the assessor made a
called it.
mistake.
No, the assessor did not make a mistake. There was no mistake involved on the assessor's office. It was properly reassessed.
Okay.
So it really was an issue with this taxpayer. But because she had indicated to us, the son and her, that they really were intended to avoid probate, that's the whole reason why they wanted to do this. We were aware, just based on our knowledge, from existing guidance from our Assessor's Handbook 5401, Change in Ownership, that our Property Tax Department publishes, that actually doesn't. And tenants in common is what would be something that you would still have to go through probate. Joint tenants is what it was. So we directed the taxpayer to guidance in our existing handbook, as well as Rule 462.04020 for tenants in common, and then Revenue and Taxation Code Section 61, so they could consider whether they wanted to rescind that prior transfer, and instead do a correction deed to specify that it really was in tenants in common. So the end result of that would be, if they chose to do that to their title, clarify that the intent was for it to be listed as tenant in common jointly, that would result in actually the property not being subject to reassessment. So that is something, for them to consider, and what they did. So
What county did this happen in?
I don't.
You don't recall?
No,
Okay.
I'm sorry, I don't.
That's okay,
recall
that's
that
okay.
county. But yeah, I mean, we have change in ownership cases that are throughout.
I know you do.
Throughout California.
This case is just interesting.
Yeah, it really was interesting because, in this case, although we're, confirming that the assessor treated them fairly according to the law, we were able to at least provide that vehicle, to indicate that, because of information that they provided to us about the probate, we were able to
And this is a rental
share.
property. This is not even the home that she lives in.
Yes.
The mother.
That's correct. Yeah. So, we don't know the circumstances with this, but we do know that's why he was
Reassessed.
added on a title to do that.
I'm sorry, real quick.
Along those lines real quick, so if, I know there's different ways you can do it, joint tenancies, there's limited partnerships, and then there's tenants in common, you mentioned. If it's joint tenancy, before the person passes away, now, it doesn't get reassessed when it's passed on to the, whoever's on the joint tenancy, if it's a son or a daughter?
As
or
long
grandchild?
as long as the person that's transferring it, such as the mom, that owned the property before, remains on title. Then that
Right,
is,
but up
that
until
is
death,
something.
and then upon death, she gets quick claimed off, no?
Well, I don't think it's a quick claim, but, so what would happen?
Well, or-
So at the time, but I mean, at the time, so at the time of the transfer, so if it's under joint tenancy, if I was to add my son or daughter onto a title, onto a property, and I remained on title, there is no reassessment of that, say 50%, because the law says otherwise, as long as I do. But yeah, you would look at it, like at the point, say I died, then they'd be looking at a reassessment consequence at that point. So when the original co-owner or transferor comes off title, then the entire property is subject to reassessment. That's under property tax law. So it would have to look at what exclusion laws were available at that time. So,
Given what we have today, if you were to put your child on
yep.
as a joint tenant, heaven forbid, a year from now, you passed away, your child would take ownership of it without a change of ownership, right?
He or she would take ownership to the property, and the property tax law in place at that point would govern whether it's reassessed. Currently, if Prop 19 is still under law at that time, then yes, it would not qualify for exclusion if it was a rental property. So that's kind of looking at it, but.
Would
Yeah,
have-
so the
Could
joint,
I
I mean,
follow
there's
up?
many, our property tax rules are excellent resources to look at. Property tax rule 462.020 and 040, those actually discuss joint tenancies versus tenants in common, and our agency's assessor's handbook on change in ownership also discusses kind of the differences in holding property. And so those are good, good resources.
Are
I-
those the only two ways you can go, joint tenancy and tenants in common?
Well, I mean, I'm not an expert on obviously how title is held, but I mean, those are, I mean, pretty much it
The most
as an
common.
individual. I mean, if you're looking at corporations or limited partnerships or LLCs, those are different. But of
Right.
course, that would not be subject to exclusion under the parent-child exclusion. That's just property held by individuals.
Prior to Prop 19, it wasn't considered a change of ownership if you were joint tenant and the mom or dad passed away, right?
You could qualify for exclusion before Prop 19 on property. So it wasn't just principal residence property. There was also exclusion available under Revenue and Taxation Code Section 63.1. And that was for other properties, but it was up to a $1 million lifetime exclusion.
Okay.
So you could have a rental property, or you could have a commercial business property or an industrial property, that could be done, so.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gaines.
Could I ask another question?
Sure.
I'm sorry.
That's okay, and then I'll
But
go
I-
to my next part.
I'm
This
just
is
trying to
the wonderful
underst-
benefit of actually, we're now
It's-
reached a point where we know what you're talking about.
Right.
It's a
We
good-
can follow the
You guys are,
conversation.
yeah.
It's
Go
a
ahead,
good
Senator.
example to look at, and I'm just, in this particular case, so the mom was adding the son, which would trigger reappraisal of 50%
Yes.
of the value?
Mhm.
Okay, and then what if the son was added, and that would trigger reappraisal of half of it, and then the mother dies, would the other half be reappraised upon death?
Upon her death, it would be 100% reassessed, because,
Oh, okay.
because the law is such that when an original transferor either is removed from title or passes, then, I mean, you are removed from title essentially if you
Yeah,
pass.
okay.
But that is subject to reappraisal at that point.
Yes, there's no advantage of adding a child or a grandchild to a joint tenancy. that
Yeah,
could
I
see
can't
from a
really
tax
say
perspective, because
what-
it's going to be it'll trigger reappraisal then, and then it'll be reappraised again upon death of the mother or grandmother or
Yeah, I mean,
grandparents.
it's a choice of people to do that, but that would save, at least putting somebody on title now, would save at least, I mean, they would be on title, but you wouldn't be reassessed at that point, but at a later date, when that person comes on title, that you would be. And I guess, depending on what laws were in place at that time of the death, or when they're removed, then there might not be any
Okay.
property tax consequences, but there are currently,
Okay.
certainly, but again, people should look at not just property tax consequences, they should look at other tax consequences, like
probate's a big-
income tax.
a big deal,
Well,
too.
income tax purposes is another reason, but.
Yeah, the cost of probate is another aspect, but also in terms of, well, let's see, I had another question, darn it, and I can't remember right
Yeah.
now, but
It's not, I
it's
was just going to mention that
complicated,
it's not
isn't
my
it?
area, but,
Yeah.
but with passing on property, I mean, the disadvantage for income tax purposes by adding somebody on title now is that when you die, then you don't get the step up in basis for income tax purposes. So
Oh,
that's
okay.
what I understand other people are looking at and considering when having transfers, to their children before they die.
yeah, in this particular case, though, they were able to reverse it with no adverse effect?
They have not, as far as I know, they have not reversed it yet. We just talked with them about it.
Yeah.
It's their choice. So I did extend the offer to them is once, if they do decide to go through and do a deed correction or a rescission, excuse me, to indicate that it was in tenants, not in tenants in commons, it was actually joint tenants, then they could contact me after reaching out to the assessor's office with the deed information, and we could see, if that could be removed. Because in this case, so the deed was silent. It didn't say anything. It just said, whatever, Mrs. Smith adds, John,
Okay. Didn't say
and
how-
they're together. It didn't
Say
say
how.
as joint tenants,
Yes.
or it didn't say as tenants in common.
Okay.
And so, under a different area of law, I believe it's civil code, basically says, if it doesn't expressly state it's in joint tenants, then it's considered to not be.
Okay, so
And
that's
so-
why there's the flexibility after the fact.
Because,
Yeah.
and because, again, they indicated that to me, to be
Yes.
why,
Okay.
the intent of it was to not, to avoid probate. And we said, well, you don't avoid probate the way you did it. And
Yeah.
so you might, want to look into that. And so they can choose to take that information. If they want to pursue it with an attorney, then they can do that. And they have our contact information, and I did extend that to them.
That's
and
great.
I'm
Thank
happy
you.
to help them later if we need to.
Thank you.
Okay. If there's no questions, I can go on to the next item. Okay. So the next item I wanted to report on to the members is on work completed for taxpayers that submitted public comments at the Taxpayer Bill of Rights hearing held as part of the August 30th, 2022 board meeting. One taxpayer, Mr. David Frankville, submitted a public comment concerning Proposition 13 and what he felt was the erosion of protections given to homeowners and being upsetting that people can't afford to pay their property taxes with their fixed retirement income. The TRA office, during its remarks, explained that Proposition 13 was passed by the voters in 1978 and continues today with protections limiting the property tax rate to 1% plus voter-approved bonded indebtedness, with increases in assessed value specifically to the factored base year value to 2% unless a change in ownership or new construction occurs. I also indicated that if he finds he is unable to pay property taxes, then he may wish to look into the property tax postponement program offered by the State Controller's Office. During the meeting, Chair Cohen asked that the TRA office could reach out to him to provide a direct contact in the State Controller's Office and asked that we coordinate with Deputy Controller Eppolite for a contact person rather than only giving public contact information from the Controller's website. After the meeting, we provided information to Mr. Frankville about Proposition 13, the limitations of the maximum 2% increases a year, and also about the requirement that the assessor assess a property at the lower of its factored base year value or market value each year. We provided information about the property tax postponement program, providing links to the State Controller's Office website that contains comprehensive information about the program and how to apply for it. Additionally, we provided the name and phone number of a person in the State Controller's Office that he could call and speak personally with about the program. We completed work on another public comment submission from the Bill of Rights hearing from a concerned tax agent who chose to remain anonymous. The comment concerned appeals in Riverside County and indicated that they were weren't allowing public access to property tax assessment appeals hearings. And also that although the law states hearings must be made public, the clerk of the Assessment Appeals Board refuses to allow access. The comment indicated that the Assessment Appeals Board cited COVID concerns. However, at the hearing, the tax agent attended, not everyone was wearing a mask, and the requester asked that we could make sure the public access is permitted to the hearing as required. As part of my remarks at the meeting, I indicated that our agency's role in the assessment appeals is to prescribe property tax rules and issue instructional documents to assist appeals board in the performance of their duties, and individual counties have their own rules or actual appeal proceedings. I further indicated that our office reviewed our agency's publication on assessment appeals, and on page 96, it discussed hearings being open to the public and addresses the requirements of the Revenue and Taxation Code Section 1605.4 and Property Tax Rule 313. I explained that the statutory and regulatory provisions require appeals boards hearing and officer hearings must be open, accessible, and audible to the public, but when a portion of the hearing involves evidence regarding trade secrets, that portion of the hearing may be closed to the public. At the meeting, I also explained that after receiving public comment, we reached out to our legal department to ask for information concerning a local appeals board authority to not allow the public to access county appeals hearings in person for COVID concerns. They advised us that the state was under emergency proclamation by the governor due to COVID pandemic, and the actions of the local government and local health departments may be involved. And they indicated that we should inquire with the county and local appeals board to explore their reasoning and authority to close the meetings. As part of my closing remarks, I indicated that the TRA office would coordinate with the county on on what the taxpayer indicated to be closed to the public, and the time period for which meetings were closed to the public, to see if it was in effect during the time the governor's order, and if it has since changed since those governor orders stopped. So after the meeting, we reached out to the assessor's office to ask about their experience at the Assessment Appeals Board, and they indicated that generally its appraisers go into the hearing room to testify when it's their turn, and that there are less chairs than before COVID around the perimeter of the room, presumably for social distancing reasons. They also said the appeals board may have COVID concerns due to the size of the room, and it wasn't very big. The TRA office then contacted the clerk of the board to ask about the county's policy on public access to county appeals board hearings. According to the clerk's office, hearings were closed during March 2020 due to COVID and reopened for in-person hearings in July 2021. Before July 2021, hearings were held via Zoom. Following the beginning of COVID, once they learned how to set up virtual hearings, they indicated that while hearings were held virtually, only AAB members and the clerk were allowed in the hearing room. As to in-person hearings that opened up in July 2021, the clerk indicated that although hearings were open to the public since July 2021, due to their county's ongoing concern with spreading of COVID, the small hearing room and the AAB members are seniors over age 60. If a person isn't connected with the case being heard, the clerk of the board prefers the person contact them to request attendance at the hearing, and they will try to accommodate them, but the 6-foot social distancing would likely not be possible. They indicated that persons showing up on the hearing day without an appointment may be allowed into the hearing room, provided there is room, depending on the total persons already attending. The clerk also advised the assessor's office that the assessor's office only brings 1 to 2 staff to present evidence, as opposed to the past, when they had more staff attending to listening to the hearings. At this time, persons awaiting their turn to present their own cases are asked to wait outside the hearing room until it is their turn. The county clerk of the board also advised that the policy is meant to protect the public as well as employees, and they're open to suggestions how they could operate hearings in a safe environment for all, while still being within the Ralph Brown Act, meetings open to the public. Additionally, the county clerk of the board advised us that if people wish to be informed about the hearing, they can purchase an audio recording of the entire day's hearing, and it is $5 to make a copy of that tape. So based on our office's review, it seems that the appeals board in Riverside County are available to the public, since a person can request to attend a hearing even if they are not presenting or they are not involved with that case. And people are allowed to be in the hearing room subject to capacity restrictions. And also, since anyone can obtain an audio recording of those hearings. The next item I wanted to report on is to keep the members informed is on work associated with Proposition 19 education and outreach. As I indicated in my presentation at the July board meeting, in June, our office completed work on 6 information sheets, and they were published to help taxpayers understand property tax laws and exclusions available to them. Thereafter, I had sent a letter to the California Assessors Association President Leslie Morgan, advising her of the issuance of those information sheets, where they can be accessed on our website, and asked that she share that information with California assessors as well as the CAA affiliates at that August conference that was held. Since my last update, the TRA office has completed work on a new information sheet for base year value transfers for disabled persons under Proposition 19, as well as revised the existing publication to identify them as applicable to transfers prior to April 1st, 2021. These information sheets were posted to our website last week. And at future board meetings, I will provide further updates on the activities of the TRA office to keep you informed. I'm available for any further questions if you have them.
All right, thank you. Just to be clear, this information that you were reporting on has happened in this year, in 2022?
Yes.
The report, right. There was,
so I started
one of
with-
my colleagues had a question
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
as to the report that you were making, was it this year or last year? And I just wanted to say for clarification and for the record that you were reporting on conversations and cases that are happening in 2022.
Yeah, yeah, the cases that I'm referring to, so the beginning portion, when I talk about completed cases, it's for the prior month that we completed work on. But as far as the second item, it was items that we actually completed work on largely in September for the 2 items following the Bill of Rights hearing, because the Bill of Rights hearing was on August 30th.
Of 2021.
Of 2022.
August. Oh, yes, you're right, last month.
Yeah,
You're right.
20
I'm
so
sorry.
yeah, so yeah, so
sorry,
for
yes.
so I wanted to do that as a separate item because I felt that was important. So the members were advised that we did take care of those 2 items. So in the upcoming months, I will be also including those. So as we finish cases that were brought to us or issues that were brought at the Bill of Rights hearing, then I'll report on that, kind of on a separate item. So in that respect, most of them would be done probably during the current month.
Great, thank you very much, thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Questions on this side, am I right, Mr. Eppolite? Is that a yes, you have a question?
Yes.
Go for it.
Ms. Thompson, on the information sheets that are being posted, what was the review process on those documents?
Well, so the TRA office prepares them, and then they're circulated through an internal review process. So our legal staff looks at it, property tax department looks at it as well. So, and then, of course, our executive director looks at that.
Okay,
So-
all right, thank you.
You're welcome. And our communications officer does also. Thank you, Peter, for
Mr. Vasquez?
helping with those.
Just a quick question. First of all, thank you for the report and all the detail, but I've noticed on the Prop 19 information sheets your office has prepared are reachable, with the link under the taxpayer's education. And within that menu, the options are from the main TRA web page, but they don't seem to appear on the Prop 19 link or the web page.
Yeah, so actually, I worked with the communications officer earlier. We were waiting until the base year value transfer for disabled persons was added last week, so posted. And so earlier, I think Monday, this is Tuesday, so yesterday, it posted. So another link was created following last week. So it's actually added under the additional resources area of the Prop 19. So you can
So you can
get
get
to
it through
that.
the Prop- okay.
Yeah, I don't. I think it's the third. I think it's the third bulleted item, but it's there now, so it actually links you. So yeah, thank you for that. So we'll
Appreciate
get. We want to expose as many taxpayers to it as possible. So.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions on my left? Yes, Mr. Schaefer.
Thank you for your report, Ms. Thompson. It comes to mind that you are more informed on all these statutes than any of us are because you work with them all the time and do a lot of good for people. And it also occurs to me that there may be a statute that if you wish it were a little bit different, you could do so much more to help the taxpayer, but you're stuck with the statute. In those cases, I would like very much to have you write a little memo on proposing a modification in the statute by the legislature that, if it were done, would enable you to do so much more for the taxpayers that are coming to you for help. I guess you would make that to our executive director, and she would share it with us. And each of us have friends in the legislature, and we have our own legislator, like mine from Southern California. I would call upon my legislators to say, look what Ms. Lisa has found up here, and how if we tinkered with it a little bit, we could do so much more as a BOE, and, we could end up with some happiness and benefit to a lot of taxpayers that maybe was started with an idea from you. I just want to be able to do more to help the taxpayers, and I am impressed with the stuff you run across. And maybe you should be up here. You could do a lot of stuff.
I think if we saw, something, other than, we implement the law. Our agency implements the law, and our office ensures taxpayers are treated fairly according to the law. If we saw something that was maybe hindering the ability for a taxpayer to maybe comply with something, then that might be something that we would, identify internally and through our, legislative process. But in this case, for change in ownership laws, just like, the reassessment consequences for rental properties under Prop 19, the California voters voted, and so they voted that in. So we're happy to help taxpayers, ensure they were treated fairly according to the assessor's office, but it's not something maybe
No,
we
you do a
might
very good job.
change.
Thank you.
Well, I'm fortunate. I have a really great staff. I also have a property tax background, so I think that helps quite a bit.
Agreed.
Thank you, Chair Cohen. If I can interrupt really quickly, I just wanted to remind the board that for those kinds of directions, the board as a group should have a consensus and direct the executive director to direct staff to do any ideas. But all good ideas to be discussed. Thank you.
Mr. Gaines, did you have anything? No? All right.
Ms. Thompson, did you say the information sheet on Prop 19 has been issued or is still forthcoming?
No, well, okay, so there's there's the Proposition 19 fact sheet, but there's also information sheets that the Taxpayer Rights Advocate Office, so I don't know if you're looking at the Prop 19 tab, are you going toward
I'm on the
Mr.
Taxpayer Rights
Vasquez's?
Advocate Office
Okay, so like if you're,
information sheet page.
okay, so you've picked taxpayer education and you're there. So if you go to the very bottom of the website and prick taxpayer rights advocate office, one of the choices, it's taxpayer education. And then if you click taxpayer education, then you get to the page where you'll see all of our information sheets on all topics. They all happen, to pertain to areas that were affected by Proposition 19 now.
Okay.
Yeah, and what Member Vasquez was referring to, if you go to the very top of the website and do the Proposition 19 page, if you do that, there's several tabs within because we have comprehensive information about Proposition 19. One of those was additional resources.
But I thought you had said that there was an information sheet specific to Prop 19.
Fact sheet. Yeah, it's
Okay,
it's
fact
a
sheet.
Proposition 9 fact sheet.
Okay.
Although so it's not one of the Taxpayer Rights Advocate Office information sheets, actually kind of produced by the agency, but Peter Kim, the communications officer,
Right.
and I, as a taxpayer rights advocate, essentially did that. So,
Okay.
yeah, so it's not under the TRA, but we're
Right.
actually contemplating somehow linking that into that. So he and I are exploring that now to somehow maybe get it back to the Prop 19 page.
Okay. Thank you.
So,
Thank you.
all right,
Thank you.
thank you.
We're going to go to public comment. See
Yes.
what's-
AT&T moderator, please let us know if there's anyone on the line who would like to make a public comment regarding this matter.
Thank you. If you would like to make a public comment on this matter, please press 1 followed by 0. 1 followed by 0 at this time. And Madam Chair, nobody's queuing up.
I appreciate that. Thank you very much. We appreciate your work. Very important, Ms. Thompson.
Thank you so much.
Mayor, very, very impressive. Thank you. Ms. Cicchetti, who do we have next?
Well, normally we'd go to our next item, but it is 12:30, and I wasn't so sure if you wanted to break for lunch right now or to take the next item up.
Let's break for lunch. Let's break for lunch. Ms. Lumsden, we'll hear from you right after lunch, okay? Ms. Cicchetti, could you let us know how long do we have for lunch?
45 minutes?
45 minutes. Okay, so we will reconvene at 1:15. Thank you.
Thank you. Of course.
All right. All right, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Let's reconvene. It is 1:19, Tuesday, September 27th. Ms. Cicchetti, could you please?
The next item on the board agenda is K4A, Property Tax Deputy Director's Report, Operational Updates, report on the status of pending and upcoming projects, activities, and departmental issues, including Proposition 19 implementation actions and guidance, letters to the assessors, appraisal, training, and certification, assessment practice surveys, and the state assessed property. These items will be presented by Mr. Young and his team.
Thank you, Mary.
Hi, Mr. Young.
Yes. Good afternoon, Chair Cohen, honorable members of the board. For the record, my name is David Young, and I'm the Deputy Director of the Property Tax Department. So along with my usual report on Prop 19 implementation, I have 2 additional reports to give after that. After my 3 reports, I will turn it over to Ms. Lumsden, who will have the next 3 sub-items, and then to Ms. Cruz for SAPD and 1 sub-item there. So with your okay, I'll start with the Prop 19 implementation.
Yes.
Okay. Staff continues to monitor the progress of property tax rules 462.520, the intergenerational transfer property tax rule, and 462.540, which is the base year transfers through the promulgating process. As of last week, it has been turned into the Office of Administrative Law for their review. Pending their review, it will then be posted on their website. That will begin the 45-day public comment period. Our goal is to have it before the board in November for public comment. Of course, staff continues to answer inquiries from taxpayers and other stakeholders as part of our daily routine in implementing Prop 19. And staff is also continuing their process in reviewing our website dedicated, our webpage dedicated to Prop 19. So work continues there. And if I may actually loop back onto an issue brought up by Board Member Gaines, on Prop 19, the board staff has already worked on implementing our technology component of it. So there is a requirement that we track the base year transfers. Each person now, instead of allowing one base year transfer, they're allowed 3. So we have since expanded our system, and it's already live, and we're already tracking that, so we're in good shape. So I just wanted to loop back and answer that for you. The next item I wanted to bring up to give you an update on is our welfare exemption process improvement project. As you will recall, staff has been presenting on that for about a year. That was started in direct response to inquiries about our processing of applications for the welfare exemption, and specifically for low-income housing. There was some issue as to, are we doing it, are we handling it quickly, how are we turning things around? So we started on a project, on a process improvement project. We took a look at the items it would take for us to actually accept, review, and approve these applications. Some of the steps we took were we re-examined the actual application. We streamlined that. We made sure that we were asking for the information that we actually need in order to make a determination, nothing more, nothing less. We've also clarified our instructions in there to make it a little simpler to understand. And we've added information to our website as extra guidance for applicants when filling that out. And on our end, we took a look at our internal processes and what we did in order to review it. We tried to streamline that, and where we can, we did concurrent reviews, and we try to look for bottlenecks and to solve that. So we've been at it for about a year. And now I have enough data points where I can actually come and report back to you. So I'm very happy to report that our efforts are actually starting to pay off. So as of this year, as of the end of August, we've already approved a combined 877 OCCs and SCCs, organizational clearance certificates, and the supplemental clearance certificates. For affordable housing, they actually need both. So we've already approved 877 as of August of 2022. For all of last year of 2021, we approved 833. So we're only partway through the year. We have 4 more months to go, and we're already on track. We've already beat our last year's record, and we're on track to do even more. So initial results are very encouraging, and I think a lot of that is due to the revamp of our application. It's the real benefit to that is that it's easier for folks to fill out, and when we get our applications, it's more complete, and it has the information we actually need. So there's less of that contacting the applicants, getting additional information, waiting for them to submit, us looking at it again and again, having to handle the application multiple times. So that has gone a long way in improving that process.
Thank you.
Okay. And then the last item I wanted to give you a little bit of an update on is the vessel's valuation factors. So annually, the board publishes these vessel valuation factors, and they're meant to assist county assessors in the assessment of vessels. And vessels include power boats, watercraft, sailboats, and whatnot. So every year, the staff collects information and data during the year to figure out if you bought one of these types of vessels, what happens to their value at the next lien date. We collect that data, we analyze it, and we publish these factors to help the assessors come up with a fair market value. And it's usually published right around the beginning of the year so they can use it for the lien date. So for 2022, the factors were published in the LTA. It's LTA 2022/003. And those factors show a general increase in the value of these vessels that were purchased in 2021. So for next year's lien date, as of January 1, 2022, in general, they've gone up in value. And that is to reflect that over the course of 2021, because of the higher demand for these types of leisure property, the demand has gone up and the supply has gone down, supply chain issues, workforce issues. And so it's, in classical economics, supply and demand, it shifted. So it resulted in a higher value. So when applied to this year's assessment, a lot of vessel owners actually got a higher tax bill than last year. So you may or may not have heard some of this in your respective districts. So as always, if there are any questions about this type of assessment, the first stop is always with the county assessors. They can call their county assessors and ask about the assessment. If there's no resolution there, as with any other assessment, their recourse is to, of course, go to assessment appeals. And the appeals information and deadlines are actually given to owners of these types of crafts, either with their notice of assessment or with their tax bill. So one or the other will have that type of information on there. So it's just, if you have heard of such issues in your county, that is what we do, and that's probably why it's been happening. It's because overall vessels have gone up in price in the last year, 2021.
Okay.
It concludes my 3 issues for the property tax department. I'm available to answer any questions you may have.
I don't have any questions. Mr. Vasquez?
First of all, thank you for that report, and then it was refreshing to hear how some of the things you're doing now has really helped in terms of streamlining the process, especially given the numbers from last year.
Right.
And I was just wondering, building on that success, have we ever tried, or have you ever tried maybe producing some kind of a video that can kind of expedite so you don't waste so much of your staff time on it, and hopefully beef up the numbers? Because it looks like you're obviously going to do better than last year.
Yeah.
But there's still a lot of folks that they get caught up in this waiting period.
Right. It's an issue of resources and time.
I
I mean, I think it's a great idea. I will have to look into whether we have the resource and the ability to produce that. I think it would be helpful.
Okay.
All right, Mr. Eppolite?
Yes, I just wanted to chime in as well and applaud staff for its efforts on exemption claims and help expedite housing efforts throughout the state, so thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Deputy Controller Eppolite.
Thank you. Anyone on my left? Mr. Gaines?
Yeah, thank you
Yes.
very much. Appreciate your presentation, Mr. Young. And I wanted to make sure that you brought up this issue on vessels, on watercraft, because I've gotten questions from my constituents as to why, their property tax on their watercraft has gone up. So I just thought, in terms of transparency, it's good to bring this forward And my hope is that we could do this on an annual basis in the future, because it's pretty unusual to have the value of your boat actually go up year over year, because it's typically depreciating and that taxation is declining. And so I just think that it's, you know, to the degree that we can make our constituents aware of it, and then what they need to do in the event that they want to challenge the valuation. There, I think, in many of our counties, there's, I think, a November 30th deadline is what you had discussed earlier with me,
Yes.
David. And so I just wanted to make sure our constituents are aware that if you're not happy with the valuation, you have an ability to appeal that through your county assessor, but also understand the market's changed. And just as you described, there's been, you know, limited supply and a lot of demand for watercraft, and as a result, prices have been going up. So thanks for bringing that forward.
Of course.
You know, I've got, you know, I don't have huge amounts of watercraft, but I've got some big lakes like Shasta Lake and Lake Tahoe, and people own boats, and they're wondering why those taxes are going up. So,
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay. Then I will turn it over to Ms. Lumsden for the next presentation on letters to assessors.
Thank you, Mr. Young. Good afternoon, Chair Cohen and honorable board members. I'm Patty Lumsden, and I'm the Chief of the County Assessed Properties Division. And this afternoon, I'm going to be giving you a brief report on letters to assessors. And attached to the agenda again this month is a memo on letters to assessors, which provides a list of the LTAs that have been issued since our last board meeting, and in addition, provides a link to all the letters to assessors that have been issued to date. As of the date of the attached memo, BOE staff have issued a total of 41 LTAs for calendar year 2022, and 3 of those LTAs have been issued since our last board meeting. Those 3 LTAs are summarized as follows. An LTA we issued was on the Assessment Practices Survey Report for Sacramento County. We also issued an LTA providing statistical data collected by BOE staff from county assessors regarding community land trust housing for the January 1, 2021 lien date, as required under Senate Bill 196. As you may remember, Senate Bill 196, which became effective as of January 1, 2020 lien date, added Section 214.18 to the Revenue and Taxation Code to allow a CLT, which is a community land trust, to file a claim for the welfare exemption if certain conditions were met. In addition, uncodified language in SB 196 required the BOE to annually collect data to quantify the amount of the assessed value exempted and the number of owner-occupied dwelling units or rental units, or both, created by CLTs that were granted this exemption. Finally, we issued an LTA which provides the annual per acre value of California irrigated cropland for lien date 2023 to be used by county assessors when valuing enforceably restricted land subject to an urban agricultural incentive zone contract as provided under Revenue and Taxation Code Section 422.7. That will conclude my report on letters to assessors, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Mr. Vasquez has a question.
Certainly.
Just a quick one on the LTAs. Is your department looking to possibly put out an LTA regarding the streamlining of the welfare exemption process?
At this time, we were not planning on doing that. Is there something more specific? And did you mean in terms of talking about the expansions that we've made, or was this something?
Pretty much along those lines, you know, and what I think Mr. Young mentioned earlier in terms of the streamlining, how you've obviously helped in expediting this thing, and I was wondering if it would help some other counties to know that.
It's something we can look into.
Appreciate it.
Certainly.
That's all.
Thank you. That's it.
Okay. Okay. The next presentation will also be by Ms. Lumsden, and will be appraiser training and certification.
Thank you again, Mr. Young. Again, I'm Patty Lumsden. I'm the Chief of the County Assessed Properties Division. And now I will be giving you a brief report on the BOE's Appraisal Training and Certification Program. Posted to our website is the appraiser training schedule for the 22-23 fiscal year, where we have scheduled 33 classes covering 8 different courses. And as you may remember, last fiscal year, we were only able to schedule a total of 23 classes and convert only 5 of our most requested courses into a virtual teaching format. This fiscal year, we have scheduled an additional 10 classes and an additional 3 different courses than what we were able to offer last fiscal year. In addition, we're offering both in-person conducted classes as well as virtually conducted classes. So for the 22-23 fiscal year, we have completed 6 classes, and 2 of those classes were completed since our last board meeting. And those 2 classes were Course 56, which is Advanced Sales Comparison and Income Capitalization Approaches, which was taught in person by BOE staff in San Diego, which of course is in San Diego County. And then we also taught Course 52, which is Valuation of Restricted Lands, and it was taught virtually by BOE staff through Microsoft Office Teams. And that will conclude my report on training and certification, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, let's see, am I right? Any questions? I think it's pretty straightforward. Any
Okay.
questions? No? Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. And our last sub-item for Ms. Lumsden will be assessment practices surveys.
Okay.
Thank you. Again, I'm Patty Lumsden, Chief of the County Assessed Properties Division, and now I will be giving you a brief report on our assessment practices surveys. For calendar year 2022, we have issued a total of 8 assessment practices survey reports via letters to assessors for the following counties: Santa Barbara County in District 2, Alameda County in District 2, Sierra County in District 1, Stanislaus County in District 1, Amador County in District 1, Inyo County in District 1, Sacramento County in District 1, and most recently, Los Angeles County in District 3. Los Angeles County you won't see on the letters to assessor memo because it was posted after the date of the memo, but that did get posted just last week. In addition to these 8 counties, we actively are working on completing surveys and/or samples for 10 other counties, 4 of which are in District 1, 4 in District 2, and 2 in District 4. Now, these surveys and samples, of course, are in various stages of production, and once they're completed, we provide a copy of the report to each of the board members and their office for preview before it is issued and posted to our website through an LTA. BOE staff continue working with their new hybrid plan of collecting some data remotely and some in person. We've started traveling again, as I mentioned last month, depending on each assessor's ability to accommodate our hybrid plan. So we work with each assessor's office prior to going to their office to see what will work best for them based upon their staffing and, of course, their computer systems. So we will continue to monitor this new process and make adjustments as needed, and that will conclude my report on assessment practices surveys. And I'm available to answer any questions you might have.
Yes, Mr. Vasquez?
Just one quick one, kind of going back to your first part of your presentation. I noticed you, you mentioned that you're doing a combination of in-person versus virtual classes. And I'm looking at the schedule for 2023. How do you determine which ones are which?
So we try to do a variety. We try to do kind of half and half of each subject.
Of the
So I
subject
call it
matter?
a course. And so, for example, if we're teaching 6 course 3s, we're trying to do 3 of them in person and 3 of them virtually. So that gives the assessor and their staff the option
The options.
of attending in person or virtually, whichever ends up working best for them.
And now to your last part of your
Sure.
presentation. I was looking at, I guess in the findings in the report, especially about the Los Angeles County assessors. And the assessors, for the most part, agreed with most of the findings, but they do not concur with with the department. What happens in that case if there's a difference?
So it just depends on what those differences are. The recommendations, of course, there are recommendations, and the assessor can take them into consideration, and they review them, and they determine whether they agree. If there's a large disagreement, sometimes we agree to disagree,
Right.
or it could be that there's a disagreement in terms of what their office is capable of doing, because sometimes it could be a computer issue, or it could be, staffing issue, or resources, or, something that is not really something that we would need to address. But if there's something where we completely disagree with one another, typically what we have done in the past, which we have not done very often, is we will then we have the ability to then make a statement in regards to that, to the assessor's response. But we have not done that, we have not needed to do that in most cases, so.
Thank you.
Any on my left, questions? Mr. Gaines?
Yeah, if I could, thank you. On your report about the 3 new LTAs, you had mentioned per acre value of ag land. And can you maybe explain a little bit more the purpose of that?
So we annually, and keep in mind, I'm not an expert on this particular topic, so we annually issue the cropland, irrigated cropland numbers. And so we get those values just to try to make things more accessible to the assessors, because they could actually get this information as well, but we provide it to them. So Revenue and Taxation Code 422.7 requires the county assessor to value land that is enforceably restricted at a rate that is based on the average per acre value of irrigated cropland in California. So that's why we provide that information to them, because they're required in statute to value it in that manner, and so we put that number out for them annually. And it's reported through the United States Department of Agricultural, their National Agricultural Statistics Survey land values for 2022. And that's where that number comes from.
Oh, okay. So we get the numbers from US Ag?
Mm-hmm.
And then we publish them and make them available for assessors throughout the state?
Right, because they need them to do those annual valuations.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
So it's just a service of providing information that's that's easier available through an LTA versus them having to do their own research?
Yes, and it also helps to keep it consistent, so that everybody has that same place to
Yes.
go and is getting it directly from us as well, so.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you.
Excellent job.
Mr. Young? Mr. Young, did you have anything you wanted to say?
No, I
No?
just wanted, if you're looking for background on this urban ag land, it's an inducement for people that own property in an urban environment. Usually, urban environment land it's a little bit more valuable than cropland. So, as an inducement to restricting your use to only growing basically agricultural products in an urban environment, they give you a preferential assessment. So usually it's lower than if it were assessed as urban land.
Okay.
So that's why
So
it's there.
this LTA is narrow then, just for urban ag land?
Correct.
It's
Yeah.
forcibly restricted.
Yeah.
Yes.
It has to be
I was trying to
restricted.
figure out
in
what that meant.
Yeah.
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 Okay, thank you.
Of course, anytime.
Mr. Schaefer, did you have a question?
Yes, Mr. Young, automobiles are all assessed by the Department of Motor Vehicles, and the value of our car on their records goes down every year, and it's done automatically, and, and it works. Getting to the yachts, that is our responsibility. Can I assume that our assessors are just as automatic as the DMV and ratcheting down the value of the yachts every year as they age, or maybe I should check up with my assessor and see how he's doing. We have a lot of yachts, in Water City. I'm sure he's had some inquiries from people who don't think it's ratcheting down. The most important day in a yacht owner's life is when he buys a yacht and then when he sells the yacht.
Right.
They do lose their luster and their value rapidly, and I want to be sure that they don't have to go begging for this. I want to see that the assessors are leading the parade.
The assessor is charged annually to assess these vessels at their fair market value. So on average, usually the physical depreciation carries the day, and it's usually worth a little less because it's not getting any younger. But in certain instances, like last year, we saw it with used cars, the demand for used cars because the supply chain was pretty high, and there were folks that were basically able to sell their used car for about what they paid for, and sometimes maybe a little bit more. So the assessor's charge is to find its fair market value on the lien date for these vessels.
Yeah, I realize it's been different recently for cars.
Yeah, so,
Okay, well, at least they're aware of it. Thank you.
okay, you're welcome. No, if
No
there,
further questions for me?
No. Oh, well, I'm sorry. Yeah.
And just one quick, now that you mentioned on the assessed values, do we actually handle that, like on a probate, for example, case?
We
You don't do property, right?
no, we do
Or-
we do not value the property. Most of the property is valued at the county assessor's
county,
level. Yeah. Except for, of course, the state assessed for the public utilities. That's the only exception.
Thank you.
If there's nothing else, I will move on to the very last item for.
Yes, please.
For the Deputy Director's report. That will be by Ms. Cruz, and she will give you an update on the State Assessed Properties Division.
Good afternoon, Chair Cohen and honorable members. My name is Michelle Cruz, manager of the State Assessed Property Division. Today, I will provide information on the status of ongoing work in our division. SAPD staff continue to work on this year's petition workload. Staff are currently working on completing our written responses to each of the petitions for unitary reassessment. Some petitioners have requested an appeals conference as part of their petition filing. SAPD staff are also preparing for those appeals conferences and look forward to attempting to resolve petition issues with petitioner representatives during the appeals conferences. The first of this year's petitions to come before the board will be presented at the October board meeting. We also anticipate petition matters coming before the board at the November and December board meeting as well. That concludes my report. I'm available to answer any questions.
Mr. Vasquez has one?
Is this your first time before, isn't it?
No.
Oh, I guess I didn't remember last time. Well, anyways, I was going to welcome you, so go ahead. That was
Always
great.
been in an online setting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you have a question?
If I could.
Yes, please.
Yeah, thank you for your presentation. And in terms of petitions, what sort of petitions are coming forward?
I would say there are a broad range of petitions throughout our different industries, such as gas and electric.
Okay.
We have some telephone. I believe we have a couple pipelines and a power plant.
Okay.
We have a total, I believe, of 19 or 20 this year.
Yeah, okay. Are those appeals?
Yes.
Okay, all right. So a mixture coming from different industries.
Yes.
All right, thank you. Appreciate it.
All right, thank you for the presentation.
Of course.
Appreciate it. Ms. Giacchetti, let's take public comment.
AT&T moderator, please let us know if there's anyone on the line who'd like to make a public comment regarding this matter.
If you'd like to make a public comment, you may press 1 and 0 at this time.
So low all of a sudden.
And I'm seeing no one in queue.
Thank you. Let's call the next item.
Our next item on the agenda is K5A, Legislative Research and Statistics Division Chief Report, Legislative Issues, Update on Administrative and Program-Related Legislative Bills Impacting the Board of Equalization. This item will be presented by Mr. Weatherby.
So good afternoon, Chair Cohen, honorable members of the board. This is Dustin Weatherby. I'm Chief of the Legislative Research and Statistics Division. So attached to the PAN is a summary of any legislation that is affecting the Board of Equalization that is on the governor's desk. So the last day for the governor to act on any bills for the 2021-2022 legislative session is this upcoming Friday, September 30th. So the first bill I want to highlight is BOE sponsor SB 440 by Senator Dodd. SB 440 was signed by the governor on September 13th, and it authorizes the BOE to provide deadline extensions and penalty and interest relief to taxpayers under the alcoholic beverage tax law during a governor-proclaimed state of emergency. This bill mirrors similar changes made by CDTFA to other special tax and fee programs, ensuring equity and administrative efficiency in providing taxpayer assistance during these circumstances. The second bill is Senate Bill 1494 by the Senate Governance and Finance Committee, which also contains one of the board-sponsored legislative proposals to amend Revenue and Taxation Code Section 97.68 relating to a sales tax augmentation fund, just to correct references from BOE to CDTFA. That bill was also signed by the governor on September 19th. And the final board-sponsored proposal, SB 1496, also authored by the Senate Governance and Finance Committee, amends Revenue and Taxation Code Section 32471.5, which would extend the sunset date for the offer and compromise program under the alcoholic beverage tax law for an additional 5 years until January 1st, 2028. That bill was also signed by the governor on September 22nd. Then AB 1206 by Assemblymember Bennett, which would require that a rental unit continue to be treated as occupied by a lower income household when the income of those occupants increases up to 140% of the area's median income if the owner of that property is a community land trust whose land is leased to low-income households for the fiscal years 2022-23 through 2027-28. So the board voted at the February board meeting to support AB 1206, and that bill is currently awaiting action by the governor. The next bill is Senate Bill 989 by Senator Hertzberg, which allows certain taxpayers to defer payment of local property taxes with penalty and interest relief if they have claimed a Proposition 19 property tax relief with the county assessor and have requested deferment with the assessor within 1 calendar year, but before January 1st, 2024, of receiving the first property tax bill for the first tax bill for that property. The bill's provisions only apply to LA County right now, but a county may opt into the bill's provisions upon consultation with local officials and a resolution by the Board of Supervisors. So that bill is currently also awaiting action by the governor. And the final bill I'm going to highlight is Senate Bill 518 by Senator Laird, which would require the BOE upon request to provide confidential taxpayer information on the wine grower tax return and schedule for returns filed on and after January 1st, 2023, unless that taxpayer is a natural person. The bill's provisions require returns to include an opt-out box for taxpayers who do not wish to have their confidential information shared publicly, and that bill is also awaiting action by the governor. So that's going to conclude my presentation on this item, and I'm available to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Mr. Vasquez has a question for you. Sir.
Thank you for those updates. And I just had a quick question, and it's partially related to the SB 1494 you mentioned, which I understand that the existing property tax law requires that certain revenues not allocated to the county, cities, and special districts are to be transferred to this educational revenue augmentation fund in that county for school districts, community college districts, and other county offices of education. So if the county had a significant property tax revenue losses, is the loss evenly split between the Education Augmentation Fund and the county, cities, and special districts?
Thank you for that question. I'm not exactly sure on the specifics. This particular proposal only corrects a reference from BOE to CDTFA. So how the mechanics of the other parts of the provision work, I'm not certain on, but I can check on that for you.
Appreciate it.
But I believe it's a sales tax fund, so that would be administered by the CDTFA.
By the CDTFA, okay.
Yeah.
That's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's take public comment.
Yep. AT&T moderator, can you please let us know if there's anyone on the line who'd like to make a public comment regarding this matter?
If you would like to make a public comment, you may press 1 and 0 at this time. And I'm seeing no one in queue.
Thank you. Ms. Chiquetti, please call the next item.
The next item on the agenda is M1, Public Policy Hearings, Proposition 19 Implementation. There are no planned staff reports or external speakers for this agenda item for this month's meeting. However, persons who wish to address the board on this topic as a public comment may do so. Call the moderator?
Yes, please call the
AT&T
moderator.
moderator? Yeah. Please let us know, sir, if there is anyone on the line who'd like to make a public comment regarding this matter.
Once again, if you would like to make a public comment, you may press 1 and 0. And I'm seeing no comments.
Great, thank you
Thank
very
you.
much.
The next item on the agenda is M2A, Public Policy Hearings, Impact of Public Calamities on Property Tax Administration, County Boards of Equalization, Assessment Appeals Boards, and Remote Hearings. There are no planned staff reports or external speakers for this agenda item for this month's meeting. However, persons who wish to address the board on this topic may do so as a public comment. AT&T moderator, please let us know if there's anyone on the line who would like to make a public comment regarding this matter.
Once again, if you'd like to make a public comment, you may press 1 and 0. And I'm seeing no one in queue.
Thank you. The
Next
next
item.
item on the agenda is N, public comments on matters not on the agenda. Persons who wish to address the Board of Equalization regarding items not on the agenda may do so under this item on the agenda. Please note that the board cannot take any action on the items on the agenda. However, the board can schedule issues raised by the public for consideration at future meetings. I do have a public comment to read into this, but we'll go to the moderator first.
Okay.
AT&T moderator, please let us know if there's anyone on the line who would like to make a public comment at this time.
If you'd like to make a public comment at this time, you may press 1 and 0. And I'm seeing none in queue.
Thank you. The public comment was received by a Michael Pisano. It was received via email to our meeting info mailbox. Hello, BOE. I talked with Michael from the BOE on May 12th, 2022 at 916-274-3361, and Michael was going to get back to me with answers to my questions. As of today, I have not heard back from Michael. I re-emailed the BOE on September 6, 2022, to change the method of calculations to fairly assess my 1968 mobile home. I have been requested to contact the BOE by the Santa Cruz County Assessor's Office regarding tax section 5801, section 61, and section 62.1, per my notice of supplemental assessment dated October 14th, 2021. Also, tax sections 62, 63, and 63.1. My county supervisor also asked me to contact the BOE directly, as did Congressman Jimmy Panetta's support staff and Senator John Laird's support staff. I bought a membership share in a mobile home park on February 1st, 2021 for $48,000 and pay a pass-through estimated property tax on the full purchase price of $235,000 on my 1968 mobile home in my space rent invoice from the Park Homeowners Association for $218.56 a month. I also pay HCD fees and have not voluntarily gone on the tax rolls per section 5801. I understand the nonprofit bought the park that I live in, and this is a pass-through tax for the nonprofit. I want to pay my fair share, but only on the $48,000 for the stock certificate membership. But the calculation method is incorrect. I think this would help many seniors with fixed incomes afford to live where they are and not avoid those large outside corporations that buy up mobile home parks and raise space rents to force out residents. Please encourage mobile home co-ops by alleviating this large tax inequity. The only vehicle that may have caused me to pay property tax, which the previous owner did not pay property tax, was the membership share of $48,000. So, if this is the only vehicle, the $48,000, then it is logical to only pay property tax on the $48,000 and not on the full purchase price of $235,000. If I did not buy a membership, then I would only pay HCD fees since my mobile home was manufactured in 1968. It seems against the law listed to assess the full $235,000. 1. Why is the property tax assessment not only on my $48,000 share per Section 61, a portion thereof? A, this seems usually on tax on the full purchase price of $235,000. This seems unfair and not equitable based on the past owners only paying HCD fees. 2, if I own a share of real property, why do I also pay space rent? 3, I pay both property tax and HCD fees, and I never voluntarily went on the tax rolls. A, the previous owners of my unit did not pay property tax and only paid HCD fees. 4, what happens, God forbid, if the management of the park does not pay the property tax? 5, why would I not be assessed directly and given my own APN number? 6, what is an escape assessment per Section 62.1? 7, I cannot find a tax law to support paying both HCD and property tax on a 1968 mobile home. It only shows either or and not both. Thank you for your time. Michael Pisano.
Could you tell me, where does Mr. Pisano live, or which BOE district he's in?
I'm not sure, but it appears that he was from Santa Cruz. He had gone to the Santa Cruz assessor, I believe. Let me go back to the beginning.
Mr. Vagnini,
The
okay.
Santa Cruz County Assessor's Office.
Right, thank you, I appreciate that.
Mhm.
Did this person leave contact information?
He did, yes.
Okay,
His
we'll follow up.
telephone
Thank
number
you.
and email address.
Are there any other
No
public
other
comment?
written comments.
All right, let's go to the phone line.
We did already prior. The way that we did is prior.
Okay.
Mhm.
Well, thank you very much.
Yes.
We will receive that public comment. And is there anything else on the agenda for us?
No,
to take
our
care of?
last item is the closing remarks for the day.
All right. I don't have any closing remarks, colleagues. Do you? Do you guys have any? No? Okay. So we will recess the board meeting until tomorrow, Wednesday, September 28th, 10 a.m. Thank you very much for your service.